Monday evening, March 3rd, 2025. You're joining me for our continuing playthrough of the 7th Citadel. Threat number 2, called the Drums of Desolation. I'm not sure who I'm talking to. I mean, I know Jonathan is here, but that's basically it. It's just me and Jonathan. If there's anyone else here, chime in, but I don't know why I go through all this rigmarole for who. We could just be on a video chat. Is there anything to catch up on before we just jump in here? I guess, I mean, I have the threat booklet. We could just go through it. Jonathan, how are you doing? What's up? Is anyone else here that's been following the story so far? The quest. We just got back from a pretty intense mission into a labyrinth dungeon to get this grease to give to this guy so that he could make us a better detector of these earthquake things that we don't know what they are, destroying our buildings. But I do wonder if we're going to get a better ground shiver device to let us go in more dangerous areas. That would be exciting. We have some upgrades to do and decide on as well. I've got everything laid out. When I switched that, did you see a green flash on the screen? Because my plugin that does this stuff, occasionally there's a little flash of green, and I don't know if you see it or just I see it. What have you got to drink there today, Jonathan? Tea, coffee? All right, let's watched a bit of a detective show called Strike. I don't know what that is. I did just get back new box images from Adam Hall, the artist who's doing the box for New York Noir, and they look beautiful. I can't wait to show them off. Let's look at where we ended last time. We gave the Hellbow grease to Ambrosius, and he says, I'll finish making my tremor triangulator. I guess he's gonna be able to find out where the tremors are coming from. So we're gonna be headed towards that soon. We're on page 23 of 53. So we're about at the halfway point, although who knows how these things branch. I assume we did all this. We took the 99 card. We talked to people in our community. I'm fairly sure we did that, and we probably got some new side missions. We may want to review those side missions. In fact, I know we're going to need to review them because we've got things to do now that we're back at the Citadel. Now, let's not mess this up. When we're ready to set off again, we finished initiation, so return all cards. If the deep sea mine can be seen on a feather card, then we're going to the mine, but we don't have any feather cards. We have just one. We have the starting feather card. We haven't done any other upgrades. It's one of the ways in which our playthrough has differed from Cody and Autumn, and some other people who really like these feather cards. In fact, one of our viewers, Andy Corbett, said, surely you've got more feather cards out there, and you should check them. And I said, we haven't gotten any feather cards. We were burned last time. Last time we were all in on exploration. We got a bunch of feather cards for the map to build out the map, and they weren't that interesting, so we just stopped. Okay, but because we can't see the mine, now we have to go to the touring company on page 26. So we're skipping ahead a couple pages. That's a little sad. We're missing the deep sea mine. I really want to kind of go there. I wonder what card it's on. Could we get it now? No, we can't. We can't. Because the feather cards, you can only build one per time. And I don't think we ever saw any deep sea mine. All right. So we have to do the touring company. which is page 26. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm a little sad that we're not getting to see the touring company, the mine, but maybe we'll go backwards to it. Okay, return all of their cards with the keyword temporary. I think we do have a few of those. So that's where we left things here. So yeah, we had focused and unleashed. Those are going to get returned. You have some objectives. Surely we must have been told to return those objectives. Return all objective cards. We didn't get anything for our objectives. Okay. All right. Objective cards are returned. Our temporary blessings are returned, but we do have 2 glimmers and 6 hope reborns, which we could use at any time for upgrades. Unblock all of our hand cards. Okay, I think we already did that. They're unblocked. But we still have this guy, the thief. He's blocked. But now that we're at the Citadel, we'll be able to return them. We'll be able to get him back. Okay, shuffle all of our discards into our action deck. And we block all our companions. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. So these 2 also block. Okay, but the dog isn't a companion. He doesn't block. It will take Ambrosius several days to finish his contraption. You can use this time to take care of routine business and think about how to strengthen the camp buildings for the next tremor. Sable, the link who stops in your camp at each of her tours, comes to greet you. A traveling theater company has just left Waterbank after performing The Return of the End of Times. The play is so depressing that the residents of the hamlets where it was performed told me they came out of it miserable and demoralized. The actors have heard of the Citadel and they're planning to perform their play here. After stopping in Kel, I advise you to go and meet them before your community falls victim to their tragedy. Okay, so it sounds like we're going back to Kel. We know where this stage is. I wonder if it's like a special mission-specific stage card now. Walton interrupts your preparations for the trip. Here's the new version of the ground shiver I finished. It should be even more effective than the last one. Have a good trip and be careful. Sounds like we're going to have a stronger ground shiver, which is nice. Okay, our primary goal is to dissuade the theater company from performing at the Citadel. That's a very unusual thing. Catch up to the company, which should be halfway between Waterbank and Kel. Oh, I see. They're not in Kel. They're traveling between Waterbank and Kel. If you can reach them, convince them to put on a more uplifting play or find a way to keep them from performing at the Citadel. Secondary objective, tremors that shook the Citadel have destabilized the precarious balance that was established since the reversal. When you read the epilogue, if you have fewer than 7 buildings, morale will deteriorate. Take a 101 and a 45. And we have ground shiver 7. I'm not sure we've ever had a ground shiver as high as 7. Okay, a 101 card. That's interesting. That's our objective. And 45 must be our starting map location. When does it... Oh, yeah, here it is happening here. Okay, so ground shiver 7. So our ground shiver has gone up. From 5. Okay. 7. All right. 5 to 7. All right. And we need to remember on a card what symbol we should be looking for. It looks like a stage here. Okay, that's our stage. And that's our symbol for today's mission. Between Waterbank and Kel. Okay. Set all life points at 0 and then to 55. So nice, healthy amount of life. Draw 2 cards for your starting deck. Okay. We can unblock our companions. All right, so now we do have the clans and guild. So we can either take a 266 or unblock apprentice engineers. They are the 266. So if we didn't have it, we could take it. Since we do have it and it's blocked, we can unblock it for free. Or we can send them back home to build a building. If we wanted to try doing a mission without them, they're pretty useful. And I don't think we're that desperate for buildings, so probably we want to unblock them. Do you think, Jonathan, or should we try them? I mean, we're a little overpowered, so you could argue that we should use it for building points. Take them, says Jonathan. Okay, so we're going to unblock them for free. And then we should spend 2 life points to bring these 2. Why not? I think it's worth it in our world, especially on easy mode, to take them. They cost us 2 each, so 4. So now we're at 51. Okay, these are the cards in our hand. Okay, now before we return all the Hope Reborns, now we're going to spend them. So these guys are awake. And now we're going to, oh, what? 75 is our starting location. So what's the 45? Return to the Citadel. Okay, so we can get back to the Citadel quickly. Fine. All right, let us put this aside for now and decide how to spend our upgrades. So the glimmers just stay in our hand. But we have 6 upgrades, 6 destiny upgrades. Well, let's take a look at what buildings we could build. No tremors destroyed anything, which is kind of nice. All right, so we have a couple of options. We could just increase our citadel and build some more buildings. We have feather cards. We could go for a new number. There's 2 numbers left that we haven't seen. It would be nice to make our way to one more of those numbers to discover it. I do want to point out that both of these numbers pass by a lot of reflex cards, which I don't want. They really, I feel like they slow down gameplay. And especially for streaming this, I just don't feel like that slowdown is worth it. They all have the same 1 and 2/2 stars, so they're all very powerful, but they all have this special text that adds a new rule. Now, I will note they're not all different. It actually feels like maybe there's like 3 or only 3 or 4 different kinds, but every time you draw it, you got to do a special action. Immediately after it's revealed, you can discard cards from your hand in order to take account the class icons in the result area. I just don't want the added complexity of having to do this, and it's always do these things during the result steps. So you can't sort of plan for it. Shuffle one card you just revealed. Yeah, I don't want these. So we could either just stay away from these other numbers, or it may be time for us to use some of the homemade buildings that we've not done. So there's the fortune teller's hut, and these are more homebrew buildings that I've created. So here's the one that saves us from reflex cards. I called it the astrologer's hut. It's 2 building points, and it does 2 things. First of all, if you would normally mark off a reflex, so if we would go to a reflex, instead of taking the reflex, we can take anything else. So we just treat it as any symbol we choose. So that's pretty nice. And has another benefit, which is when we cross off a feather card, we would normally get to bring out a new feather card. But this modification says, if we choose a feather card that we've already chosen in a previous scenario, we can mark off one other destiny item. So basically the feather cards are free for us, but you can only do one at a time, one per session. But here's our feather cards from our first gameplay. So we've actually discovered those 3 lower ones. You start out with that upper one, and we discovered this one with the magic tornado and the turnips, and it looks like another Tower of Hell, Amber Tower Ruins. And then we discovered this thing here with this Meyer, the old cemetery, the herbalist. We've met these people mostly. And then we've unlocked this one, which is where Kel is. So we'd have to reopen those, rediscover those. But with this upgrade, if we picked one of these 3 that we've already visited, it would be like a freebie. We can get these for free. Are we looking for the grave of the Amber Knight? Maybe it's by the Amber Ruins. Boy, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. Huge turnip. Interesting. I didn't realize they were turnips. I do remember that crazy wind. There are other labeled places on this map. We should look around here for whether we see the mines and stuff. I think the mines actually were up here. Didn't we find some mines? Up here somewhere. Anyway, so the astrologer's hut seems to me like it would be a good thing for us. Chicken Shack, I don't care much about that. However, Advanced Academy lets us draw even more cards when we build up our skills. That's fun. I think if we're going to get more skills, that might be nice, but maybe we're done with that. Trade Hall, I don't think we really care about that yet. Storage shed for leaving items, kind of useless. Market extension, haven't really built the market, so I don't think we really care about that. Used bookstore, this might be useful for us. So during preparation, we could draw 50 or 449 cards, equal to the number of players plus knowledge divided by 4. So our current knowledge is 8. So we would get 3 cards, 3 potential books we could choose from. each preparation, and we can give back books we don't want to take them. We can look at them and try to trade in our books for them. Did we ever trade in our string? We haven't done that yet. We're going to do that. We are going to do that. And we have a couple of quests that require us to trade in stuff. So the market would be another building we might consider, because the market, which we've never built before, lets you get some of these trinket and barter cards. They're pretty useful. So I think we should start by building the astrologer hut. It's fun. I created this building, so I think we should do it. So if you're okay with that, let's start by doing that. So before we go to any reflex places, we want to kick off 2 building marks to give us the astrologer's hut, and then that'll give us more freedom to go this way. It would be nice if we could find 2 buildings that were on our way to one of these numbers, but I don't see it. Although I guess you could say, if we wanted to go towards this number 317, then the fastest route there is this way. So so one option for us would be just hit 2 buildings like here and here. And then we could go towards anywhere we want where these reflexes we would benefit. But maybe if we were willing to spend all 4, we could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's pretty inefficient. No, I see. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we would go here to discard and then end up going this way if we cared about getting to a number. However, if we do 2 buildings in the astrologer hut, then we could go this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, doing any upgrades we want. Or towards this way, if we wanted to go towards this number. I mean, do we want more skill cards? 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that a path we want to do? Do we want more community upgrades? Or should we just focus on buildings and just go 1, 2? Get feather cards. I don't know what we want. I know I want to build the astrologer hut, so I know I want at least 2 building spots. But it depends if we want to go towards a number. The skill and community path makes sense? Okay. All right. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess then we're all in, right? 5, 6. That's our 6. Don't you think, Jonathan? And then we'll hit this number with these 3 reflexes being wild cards for us because we're going to build the astrologer hut. Okay, sounds good, says Jonathan. All right, so let's do them in order then. We're starting with a wreath. So I'll just put all these back for now and we can do them in turn. All right, we're starting with the wreath, which gives us 8 advanced skill cards from which we're going to choose 2. Okay. 8, choose 2. That's our hand. I feel like we've seen a bunch of these. Glimpse of the future. Okay, there's our 8 to choose from. I feel like maybe maybe in the future I'm going to add another ability to the fortune teller hut that says once you draw the 8 cards, once you draw cards and reject them, you don't have to look at them again. Okay, let's take a look at them. Glimpse of the future. When you read a paragraph in the dialogue book, block this to read one of the proposed dialogues. After doing so, you may choose to ignore its effects and go back to where you were. So you get to see if one of your choices that you would make is good or bad. It's got half a star. I don't like that. But yes, I can see how this would be useful. You have to have this in your hand and carry it around with you, though. You can only use it once per scenario. Then we have a card I don't remember called Scholar. It's a wild card, 2 halves. It's good for music, thinking, and code breaking. It lets you keep +2 cards. That's not bad. On the other hand, we've got 2 companions that help with this and this. So I'm not sure how important this is for us. Healer has 1.5. We can get rid of your injured or ill card if we can pull off a spell. Well, being able to get rid of injured and ill is pretty great. On the other hand, you have to get 3 successes in spell casting. We're not that good at that. I'm not sure we'd be able to succeed at that very often, but being able to get rid of those 2 cards is pretty huge. Oh, I see. My little light fell off. Okay, so that's a possibility. What's this Rain of Blades? You throw away a blade and you can turn arcane symbol to 6 successes. That's pretty great. But you have to throw away a blade. We don't carry around cheap blades, although we do have the ability to bring them with us. But we tend not to. That doesn't seem that useful for us. Tireless needs strength fist. We don't really have any of those. Deceptive strike needs a dexterity. We don't have many of those. And they just turn them into fists, which we don't really need. I don't love these. I don't really love any of these. I guess I'd be inclined to take Healer because it's got good successes. When in doubt, I'd rather take something that's got at least good successes. And then if we get injured or ill, we at least have a way to go fetch this card and try to get rid of it. And then Don't know. I mean, we do have... Oh, we don't really have ways to generate those arcanes. This guy can generate dexterities if we did get a card that used dexterity. Any other thoughts, Jonathan? Major teleportation. This is the one of these cards that lets us go to any other terrain card that we can see. It's hard to make it work because you have to get 2 successes on 0 cards. So I think this is for people who have lots of arcane energy, which isn't us. Oh, I think we should take healer, but I'm not sure what else to take. I mean, major teleportation is kind of useless, but it's a star. So if we were going to get... Maybe it would be better to take this one if we were going to get... If we're just going for a good result. It's got a 1.5 stars. It's hard for us to generate those. I'm not sure we even need them, but it does have an arcane symbol and a 1.5 stars. Although Scholar is kind of fun in terms of a wild card. I like that. And 2.5 stars. It's kind of a fun card to have, but I don't know if it matches our play style. On the other hand, this is also what could be fun to use. Healer and Arcane Shock, you think, Jonathan? All right, we're going to take Healer. We've agreed. Here are the 3 I'm going to let you choose from, though. Let's put these away. All right, so one of these. Arcane Shock or Scholar or Glimpse of the Future. All right, Glimpse of the Future has the worst stars. I feel like Glimpse of the Future isn't really fun. John says, maybe we should take Scholar because of the music, because we're going to interact with the troop. That's an interesting idea. All right, let's take Scholar. It's fun anyway. All right, we've chosen our 2 cards. They don't thrill me. I feel like in the future we should make the fortune teller hut let you, once you reject a skill card, just put it out of the box so you don't have to do it again. You don't have to get it again. All right, well, I like that these are pretty good, and I like the wild card here. All right, that was our skill upgrade. All right, what's next on our list? We did this. Okay, now we have a community upgrade, and we have the guild building. So we get to add 2 somewhere else. So we can pick any stat up by 2, and then another stat up by 2. All right, so something up by 2, and then something else up by 2. Our defense is pretty weak. On the other hand, we have the ability to bump our knowledge past 10, which seems like sort of an important place. Feels like our defense is weak. What do we have by way of automatic upgrades at the Citadel? We lost the gallows, and we lost knowledge up by 1. And we don't have defense at all. So I think we should go up defense by 2. And then maybe knowledge up by 2 so that we break that 10 mark, which seems to be a place where some tests do. What do you think about that? Then our knowledge and influence are both up by 2. Okay, Jonathan agrees. All right, knowledge up by 2. That brings us to 10 knowledge, 10 influence, 6 defense, and 6 production. All right. That was that one. Okay, and now we have 2 building points, which we've agreed we're going to use to build the astrologer hut. Now, when we get feathers, we can do something else. And when we get feathers we already have, we can do something else. And when we click a reflex, which we can do, we can get anything else instead of the reflex. Okay, but first, I guess, is the disposing of a card. All right, so I'm going to give back my hand. All right, so now we get to get rid of 2 cards of our choice that we don't like. So I'm going to do the first pass, and then I'll ask for your opinion. Of what cards I don't like. And then you can help me decide which of these. Maybe not so great. White account. That eloquence. We just took that one. Some of these we upgraded ourselves. It's sort of a shame. Ugh, I really don't like these annoying scry cards, but they are useful. Okay. So I've pulled out some candidate cards for us to consider. Remember, we're going to get rid of 2 of these, Jonathan. Okay, here's support, which gives us a random card. That's a random symbol. That's pretty good. And a flag, and it's got 2 halves. So that's not terrible. Here is, again, 2 halves. It lets us use flags to go up by 2 cards. That's pretty good, especially since we have flags. Let me do all these 2 half stars. Okay, here's one that gives us +1, 2 halves. It says you may not apply a shield effect. Well, we don't really care about that. The +1s are very useful. Why is this +1 white? Oh, just because it's on this background. All right, that's not terrible. But again, it has 2 half stars. Okay, everything else has full stars. So these are good results, but let's take a look. I don't hate these cards. I don't hate these cards. All right, this one is look at the top 3 cards, put them back in any order. That's pretty stupid. We chose that though. So, okay, here's a card that's not very useful to us. It requires 2 dexterity to get 2 stars on these weird actions. And we don't have any dexterity in our hand. We've got a couple here, but that's pretty hard for us to make use of. Although, you know, this one gains us 3 life. Again, these are cards we took. It's sort of a shame that we would be getting rid of cards we took. Motivated. This is pretty bad, but it gives us a star. I guess that's why we took that. But this just lets us draw less cards. Here's a card we don't like. You can cash in 2 symbols for a shield. It's got no flags and it has 1 star. That would be a pretty good candidate. And then this one lets us run quickly. It's got a star, no symbols. Here's consider, pretty bad. We rarely ever use this. It does have a star and a half though. And then this one, bodyguard, pretty terrible. We got to block a companion or animal, but I guess it gets rid of brutal. That could be important. So 2 of these cards, yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is the worst. This is the worst result card that we're considering. Get rid of 6th Sense and Vigilance is what you're leaning towards. Okay, 6th Sense and Vigilance. What about... Okay, here's what I'm going to make the case for. Just because of the shame of getting rid of cards we upgraded, what if we got rid of Vigilance and Drop Your Guard? These are 2 cards that was in our base hand, and neither of them have flags. And they're not the best. Although I don't like 6th Sense, I must admit. I don't like doing this. Okay, let's get rid of 6th Sense and Vigilance. I'm changing my mind back to what you said, Jonathan. All right, so these are gone. Take them off their thing. Hopefully they won't come out again. It's sort of, I don't know, maybe it's just a reflection of not having the best choices, that we're getting rid of cards that we took. But okay, we'll deal with that some other time. And then we have one more upgrade. Well, that was our discard, and now we have a reflect, which, because of the astrologer hut, we can choose any other upgrade. So We could do community. We could do a building. We could get more skill cards. We could throw out cards, or we could feather. Any thoughts about what you'd like to do as our... I don't want to move it. I'll move it during the break. If we built something, it would just be one building point. However, we could... We could build the watchtower to get defense up automatically. We could build the place of worship, which would give us 2 glimmers at each start. Or we could build it and save it. Or we could do a feather and start doing feathers. Feather is sort of inefficient for us to choose because we don't get the astrologer hut benefit of feathers. Or we could get more skill cards. Let's start building the market, says Jonathan. Okay, let's build the market. Sure would be nice if we could finish off, if we could build, we could build the market. All right, I think the market is a good idea. Although you could almost, no. Okay. One step towards the market. I like it. All right, let me return the Hope Reborns. Okay, we've spent all of our upgrades, finally. And we are well on our way towards another number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 more, and we'll get a number. In fact, this one won't even count. So I think we're going to get this 317 this game for sure. Okay, now Jonathan says, let's turn in the string before we go. All right, so we're in the... That's a while to get started here today, isn't it? Okay, so we gave back the Hope Reborns. We look up our quest now. And we can spend and fortify if we want. All right, so, but our side quests, let's see. Where was our string? Why did we not write down? This one says we have to go to Kel after we find 4 coins on cards. Tracks let us fight this aquatic monster. When we see them mentioning Bertha, we can try to get that chastity belt. There was a gelatinous hand. That was pretty cool. When we beat 3 burrows, where was the string? It's the banner quest. Why did we not write down what we're supposed to do? Okay, 365. Let's look it up. Jonathan remembered. Okay, it says we draw our coat of arms. During preparation, we can discard 1 or 2 spools of thread, and we check a box. When 2 boxes have been checked, check the initiate and finish, which gives us an influence and 2 upgrade 99 cards. Okay, no extra story, just return 1 or 2 spools. All right, so I guess the banner. We'll just write down here, return 2 spools. So I'm just going to point out there's no real benefit to returning 1 spool. Where is our spool? Yes, there's our spool. There's no real benefit to returning 1. But for fun, we could. All right, let's not forget. Let's turn in the spool. We'll cross off the banner. 1 more to go and we're done. All right. I guess there is a benefit. I changed my mind. What is the benefit of doing it now? The benefit of doing it now is this goes back into circulation. Into the 149 set. So we have a better chance of getting the second spool. Okay, there's nothing else for us to do then in these, but we do have buildings to apply. So we have the grain silo, so we're going to get a production up by 1. Why is it so hard to... I think this is like made out of magic, how hard it is to find the... Yeah. Okay, production goes up by 1. From this building. These 2 were destroyed. Now we have our pen. So we're going to give back our hunting horned and get a new dog. All right, let's see. Which dog we're going to get. This guy goes back. We'll give ourselves 1 random one just for fun. Okay, so today joining us on our journey is the Warhorned, an aggressive beast with powerful jaws. This guy is good for fighting. I'm not sure we're going to have too much fighting to be done. He looks a little scary, to be honest. But all right, he's good at fighting. That was our pen. Now the smithy, we could take a bladed weapon if we wanted to, or unblock 2 cards with weapon, armor, or shield, but we don't have any weapon or armor or shield blocked. So I guess we'll just take a Gladius, even though we don't really need it. We might be at max health at this point, max weight. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So this would bring us to 15. And our max, because we have Beast of Burden, is +4. So we can't even carry this unless we want to drop something else, because our max is 14. Stick, spear, hoe, rope, punch. I don't think we even want this Gladius. Too bad we can't sell it. All right, Gladius goes back. We do have the tavern, though, so we're going to get a new side quest. Which is card 6. Okay. What the? Why is this? 10, 11, 12. Okay, I took out a whole bunch of cards thinking there was a whole bunch of them. There's not. 7, 8, 9, 10. Sorry about that. Okay, so oh, we're gonna get a level 7 side quest. That's pretty exciting. You may choose one of the side quests or take a 250. All right, Jonathan, which of these three appeals to you? Hunting trophy, do or die, or one glass too many? One glass too many sounds fun. Okay, 524. Then we are ready to head out. 524. Frisk comes to find you at your table. Listen, I've had no news of Axel the Red. He's a regular here and a talented minstrel. You've probably seen him perform here before. Dark-haired, rather tall, with 2 slings tattooed on his wrist. We call him Axel the Red because of his drinking. His face ended up taking a crimson tint. I've caught him a few times relieving himself in the vegetable gardens after a drunken night out, but other than that, he's not a bad fellow. If you run into him, tell him he'd better settle up. Do you really think he'll pay what he owes you? Not really. But he left me a locked chest as a guarantee. He says whatever's in there will pay off his debt plus interest, 100-fold. As long as I have his chest, there's hope. Write down one glass too many. One glass too many. 520. Okay. Now, when you have memory of a tattoo book, check the initiated. During the preparation, if you're at the Citadel and this quest is initiated, read 539. I always like these side quests which are stories rather than just like you get some card. Memory of tattoo, huh? But that's a book. I mean, are we really going to be able to find that book? Maybe he's going to give it to us if we find him. I mean, it sounds like we have to find him, right? He's a minstrel. I mean, this is perfect mission for us. Maybe we're going to see him on that stage. Okay. So that's all of our buildings, all of our upgrades. I believe we are ready to start our mission. Do we want to fortify anything? Yes, you're right. We can fortify. I think we do, don't we? So, do we want to fortify a building we don't want to lose? Oh, wait, there's also the library. Did we not activate the library yet? I don't think we activated the library yet. We get a 50 card. We get a book. We didn't do that, right? Maybe we'll get lucky and get that book for that guy. Okay, here's our book. Morning tea. Yeah, it's these boring mushrooms. Once we build the used bookstore, we could trade these in. All right, these are the things we can eat when we see this. All right, I'll put this with our other flowers. All right, kind of boring. Now, should we fortify a building? All right, so we have a choice. We could fortify a building we don't want to lose, like the library. What does it say? Let me remind myself how to do this. fortify one building by circling their names. So we could fortify this. No, these are all fortified. What haven't we fortified? We haven't fortified the building. We haven't fortified the new building that we built, the astrologer's hut. So far, all the destruction has said you choose what to destroy. But what if we got something that said you have to destroy an unfortified building? We don't want the astrologer hut to get destroyed. That would be the end of us. But we could fortify the library, which we don't care so much about losing. So it would sort of depend whether we're sure we're going to be able to sacrifice it. But you think we should do both of them, huh? For 4? Yeah, maybe we should do it. Spend 4, you're saying, and fortify both of them? Let's do that. So we're going to fortify that 3 click 1 for 2. And also fortify the astrologer hut. I'm worried about if we don't fortify this, that what if we get something that says all unfortified buildings are destroyed? That would be the worst for us. And maybe that's the only point of doing production, is to use it to fortify. Okay, I like it. I like it. All right, now we're done with that. And then it says put a 75, and if Kel's column is on our feather, we could start there. So maybe we should have been building Kel's column so that we can start off in Kel from now on. It is making us have to do quite a bit of walking to get over there. Well, hindsight. All right, so there's our home. Hey, look what it says here. The outcome of this scenario has no impact on the threat you're playing. Use this free time to explore, find equipment, improve your skills and community. I mean, that's a little disappointing. Especially we've spent so much time. We spent an hour preparing for this mission. Okay. Well, we could look at it differently, Jonathan. We could have a short we could have a short scenario here and just play as long as we want, as short as we want. And because we're doing so well, it's not like we have to spend every life point here. Or we can draw more cards than we would normally card and just draw and make this game easier, etc. All right, so we're going to take our first break after I put these out. However, we do have Ground Shiver 7. So we can go into some areas that we've never gone into before, down low or up high. And where do we think we're trying to encounter this minstrel place? Somewhere between Kel and Waterbank, which is over here somewhere. So this way or up this way. This is river. No, it's not river. I think we found Waterbank this way, and I know there are some blue giants here we got to be careful of. But we should probably head northwest or northeast. Maybe we can get that bridge built. Or we could try a different track and go around up this way this time. Okay, we're going to take a break and then we're going to decide what path we should take. We're pretty well suited for this. I think we're going to be able to survive. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're ready to get started here. Jonathan was saying maybe we should go hunting for our Amber Knight. There is the Amber Tower. Wow, it really does seem like the Amber Knight might be buried near the Amber Tower. Exploits of the Amber Knight. We're trying to find the Amber Knight's grove. We're told that it's under a stone slab where his portrait is revealed, where climbs the artichoke stair high above all. That could be the Amber Tower. And of course, we've also got our own Aberramid. Have we even looked for Aberramid on the map? That's our own backstory. No, I don't see any Aberramid. Okay, so we think today's quest is somewhere on this line between Kel and Waterbank. Waterbank is here, but I can't remember if this has turned into a desert now. So you might expect that somewhere on this line are our minstrels that we want to find. We're over here somewhere. But we might want to make our side travel down to the Amber Tower. We might want to build that bridge. Should we do our mission first, though, Jonathan? Or do you want to just go for the Amber Knight first? I do worry that maybe we should do our mission first, although it doesn't sound like it's critical to this game. Now I wish maybe we should have taken that teleportation card, because you could see why a big giant map, although we can get back. Okay, let's go for the Amber Knight. We won't worry about the minstrels. Okay. So we're going to head towards the Amber Tower, south and west. And hopefully our level 7 ground shiver is going to save us. So why don't we bring up, so here's where we're headed, to the Amber Tower ruins. And perhaps we should bring up our map. Our large map to let us know. It's like this one might be big enough. Okay, so our citadel is right there in the center, and we want to go down, 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 down to where it gets dangerous. And then maybe to the left of here, Jonathan, the left of these holes, is that where it is? Or just keep going down as far as we can go? Surely we must have explored a little bit there. All right, well, here we go. There's our person. So we're going to explore, and we're going south. A figure in the distance is heading in your direction. You glance at your ground shiver and see its petals closing. You shout and gesture to warn the approaching individual, but they do not understand. Take my 2 cards. They do not understand and continue on their way. When they're only 100 strides away, you suddenly see them disappear into a wormhole. You could run, but you know you are too late. Anger overwhelms you. Take a 151. Anger overwhelms us. So now we're unleashed. This is the one we can get on our own easily, so pointless. All right, but we're unleashed. Fine. If it's not available, return a glimmer. That's weird. So if we were already unleashed, we would lose a glimmer because we get too angry. Okay, 81. The ground of the plane in front of you seems to have been turned over. Human bones, bits. Okay, we've seen this a million times before today on this scenario, so I'm just going to ignore it. And I'll probably start putting away some of these cards that I'm just going to remove them since we know we're not going this way. All right, so we're going to walk on here. We draw a card. We can keep it. There's our graveyard. There's equipment here. We could look for it in case we get something else. But we're sort of on a mission. So we've got plenty of stuff. We don't need junk. Do we? Let's just continue heading down. The ground's pitted with rocks and holes that make your progress both painful and dangerous. So we're doing a navigation test and trying our luck. Or we could take great care. Why doesn't it say or? Take a 150 card. Do we have to do one at a time? We do navigation. If it's on our side, we discard it. If we're jinx, we discard a card and take a 3. Is this an or? A little bit confused here. Two and 3, and if we fail, just gets hurt. Jonathan says, I think it is an or. Do we have anyone to help us with this? Yes, the dog. The dog is good at this kind of thing. So let's do the second one. We can use 2 cards, and he can turn a flag into a success. All right. So I'm going to try to do these, although we already have a 150. Oh, no, we don't have a 150. Okay. I'm going to draw. We're going to play fast and loose with this. If we fail it, it's not the end of the world. In fact, it's only 2 cards. But we'd like a 150. Okay, that's fine. I'm drawing 4 cards. We're trying to get 2 successes with this and then the dog. Okay, let's see what we've got here. So, yeah, okay. So we've got 2 successes of our own, and then the dog can turn a flag into a success, which we've got. So thanks to this dog, we succeeded. These get discarded. The dog goes back on the leash, and we get a 150, which is good. 150 is focused, which lets us grab a card and get rid of confused if we need it, and we get rid of this. 185. Looks like you have to step over narrow precipices in some places to reach the next plateau. Luckily, the vegetation is sparse enough not to hinder your movements. All right, so I remember this. I don't think there's anything important here. However, we can't go south. So I guess we're going to go walk onto this. We can keep this card. No reason to go in there, Jonathan, on that tree. You remember what's there? By the way, Jonathan, if you ever just want to tune out, you can just tell me and I'll stop asking you. I'll stop bothering you until I need you. All right, we're never going to go here. Let's just get out the 2 that's here. But we don't need this to traverse here, huh? It's kind of strange that we can't go here. I guess we got to go this way. Yeah. I can see what's... Oh, no, that's there. Okay, I can't see what's at the tree. Probably fruit that we don't need. All right, so let's go over here. Okay, you're lost. Luckily, one tree dominates the others, and you should be able to find your way from its high branches. Okay, so we could climb it, or we could compass it, but I see some fruits there, and we know how to eat those fruits. Are those fruits? Those surely are, right? They look a little redder, and these look like they're growing in the ground, but are these not these? Surely they are. What do you think? Are there some other red apples? No, they're apples. Okay. So these say that when we can see them on our terrain, actually, this says on the same terrain card as you. So maybe those aren't. They both look like apples, but we're not on this card. This is an attached card. And this is very specifically the same terrain card as this plant. Same terrain card. So actually we can't use these, I'm going to declare, even though it is odd. So we can climb up or get injured. So it will be better for us to compass this. And pay to get lucky. Okay, so I don't want to get injured. So we're going to compass it. We just need to take one card. It doesn't even matter, but unless we've got someone who's good at compass actions on our team, somehow of the 4 people we have, none of them are. And we don't have a card to guarantee. Oh, it doesn't matter, does it? Doesn't matter at all. Okay, so I have to draw one card on the double for running quickly. We don't need that. But now we have to draw a 13. And if we get unlucky, we'll use one of our glimmers. Okay, so there's the bad jinx. We don't want that. So I'm going to return a glimmer to draw a new one. We're jinxed again. I think this time we'll lose 2 health to bring us down to 49. To draw again. Now we got Lady Luck, and she gave us a glimmer. But this has to get discarded. These go back. And we spent that glimmer. Gets returned. Okay, that's fine. So we don't have to get rid of those cards. We're done with this. Okay, 84 comes out. We're playing fast and loose because we've been in this area and this is exploration. Okay, thorny shrubs and brush. Okay, there's the sheep. We do have a sack of grain if we wanted to try to get more sheep, but we also have sheep wool. All right. So we're obviously going to walk on this. Draw one card. We get to keep it because we have a hand size of 5. Maybe I'll bring this up. You don't need to see this until we're fighting. Okay. And then we've got 2 down here. No need to put something here. Do we want to look at these sleep? I don't remember if we've... I don't remember how those work anymore. All right, I don't remember how those work unless Jonathan remembers. We could get them on the way back. All right, maybe we'll get them on the way back. We'll leave them alone for now. All right, let's explore here. You cross a stretch of tall grass. Keep your eyes open for any beasts lurking there. During the draw step of the flying action, you may not draw more than 3 cards. If you're focused, get a star. Okay, we are focused, so we do get a bonus star. We can't draw more than 3. We're not confused. We're keeping our eyes open for beasts. Huh, interesting. Okay, we can't draw more than 3. I'm going to draw 3. We only need 2 successes here because we're focused. We should be able to pull this off. We're doing a look action. Our dog is actually good at looking. So yeah, there we go. All right, well, we've got 2 successes on our own. We didn't even need the focused. Maybe I shouldn't have drawn 3 cards. Okay, so dog can go back. I'm just going to put the dog out so he's always considered ready to be used. Okay, so now we get a 276. And a 149. And then this goes away. All right, let's see. What is 276? A skinny young man is lying in the tall grass. You lean over him. He's still breathing. You shake him gently and he comes to. I should never have eaten those mushrooms, but I was hungry and they were there to consume, he says, dusting himself off. He introduces himself. My name is Ballad, director and poet, or at least I will be. My parents wanted me to stay with them, but I plan to make a name for myself in town. That said, it would be safer if I traveled with someone who can recognize edible mushrooms. We have a new companion? Have we ever met this guy, Jonathan? Look, he's good at performing. This is like we're getting people that seems to know that we're in for this mission. We've never met this guy. Okay, he can generate flags. He's good at codes and negotiation, and he's good at acting. And he turns flags into successes, which is pretty good for us. And he's a scholar and an artist. That's pretty good. We're developing quite a troupe here. Okay, and then 149. Look at that. We found our second spool of thread. How amazing is that? Perfect. Although that doesn't give us a nice story when we complete that mission, but it will be nice to complete the mission. All right, pretty good so far. All right, that was this. So now out comes 197. 197 does have specific cards, but not for us. Numerous tombstones overlook the mire. Strange to find them so far from civilization. Now, we made a note about what we needed for this tombstones. Are we ready? Do we have it yet, Jonathan? I know we needed like 10 and 10, but do we need 3 10s? Because we're not quite there yet. We have knowledge 10, and we have influence 10. Defense and influence. We can check it out, says Jonathan. All right, let's walk over here. We'll check it out. Okay, definitely want this better than this. Okay, Jonathan says, let's check this out again to remember. It's going to tell us to read something, though, isn't it? 177 has specific, but not for us. Okay, the cemetery, we meet some guy. Oh, we wrote it down here. Defense bigger than 10 and influence bigger than 10. So just like Jonathan said. So there's no point in even reading this. We know we need to get our defense up. But we got closer to that. We could plan to get our defense up to 10 next time. Oh, I guess this stays out. All right, we're continuing on our mission and heading towards more dangerous territory down here. So we've got some 4s here. Okay, ground shiver level of 5 or higher. That's fine. We're fine. We're good at that. All right. You wade across a river. Look at your timepiece. If it's between 11 and 7 a.m., which it is, the river suddenly rises and rapids form. Uh-oh. If total weight is 9 or more, it is. So we've got to get 8 successes. Okay, what is this? All cards with the keyword ink. I don't think we have any ink cards. Is it worth trying to succeed at this? We're gonna get injured or exhausted. Is one exhausted? Because we can. What is a 1? Because we can get rid of exhausted cards. Exhausted is 1. So let me just point out, like, we have unleashed. And we can get rid of exhausted just by throwing away this card. So I wonder if it wouldn't be better for us to, like, just fail this rather than drawing so many cards to try to pass it. How many cards would we need to draw to get 8? I think maybe, like, is it better to draw 4 cards? I think maybe we just fail it and get rid of exhausted. Because we don't have any inks. Right? The books don't have inks on them. You'd think they might, but they don't. We do have some pretty great items that we need to remember we have. I think let's just fail it. In fact, do I have anything that can let me draw less cards? What kind of test is it? It's this one. We don't have this. I'm just gonna fail it. I'm just gonna draw 4 cards and fail it. And we'll get our unleashed back on our own. Okay, so there's 4 cards. We actually generated 3 stars, very far short of the 8. Although we could use these. Okay, so we failed that test. We take a 1. We're now exhausted. We're not already exhausted, so we just become exhausted. Now I propose So we could, not all the exhausted cards look the same. We can get rid of this by drawing 4 cards and keeping 1. So this exhausted card is easy to get rid of. And there might be another reason to do that, which is we have Sleep Wool, which says if we have no weakness, take a 152, which we don't have. I don't know what order. We could do it in any order we want. So yeah, I think let's do it. Let's not use this to get rid of it. Let's draw 4 cards to get rid of it. So there's 4 cards. We get to keep 2 of them. That's pretty good. I'm going to throw away Motivated and take Perseverance. And I'm going to get rid of Spare No Effort and take Improvise. Okay. We did this action. We kept our cards. Then we're going to apply this modifier first to get rid of Exhausted. You can choose what order you apply them in. And then I'm going to apply this modifier to let us get a 152 card, which is Confident. So that actually works out well. Jonathan says, I'm not sure it makes sense we could use the Sleep Wool. We're using Exhausted to rest. And it's a weakness, isn't it? Check. No, it's still good. Not all of the exhausted cards. In fact, most of them don't let you rest. Notice. This one has no ability to rest. But some of them have on them a special action. So if it just had this, it would say, when you rest, you can do this. This card happens to have an effect when you rest and an ability to rest. So it's just, we got lucky that this one is giving us the ability to rest. So because it's giving us the action to rest, we can now apply these in any order. It is a little odd, but we made the best use of it. Okay, and now we are also confident. I guess the dog is going to go away here. Now we're focused, confident, and unleashed. And I can move this here since we're not going to explore this way. All right. Assuming there's nothing else, or did I just do that? I just did that. Sorry, that's always a little tricky for me to remember when we just did it. Maybe I should use a little cube here. Jonathan, are you comfortable? Did I explain that well enough? I'm fairly confident we did that right. Jonathan doesn't sound 100% convinced, but he says sure. All right, down here, 137. The part of the mire to the south of the crossing river seems to have been dried out by the burrowers' holes. All right, so we're getting to a dangerous area that we dared not go further. I don't know if it's going to be level 7 or level 10. Hopefully it's level 7 that we can afford. Okay, so we've got these scary trees and we've got a whole bunch of these holes. And it's exciting that we're going in new areas, but hopefully it'll be Ground Shiver 7, because if it's Ground Shiver 10, we're still not going to be able to go down into it. All right, so we're going to walk over to here, staying out of the river. That costs us 3 cards. Grab a card from discard, 2 flags, and fight. Okay, I don't want that, but these are pretty good. Ignore brutal, 2 flags. I think it's better to have the flags. This is a pretty great card, though. Maybe I'll trade off fight for this. And then we can grab a card when we need it. Okay, we must do this action now. 193. We draw 2 cards. We throw them away. We must do 193. All right, 193 has special cards, symbols, but not ours. The going's tough. At first, the swamp only came up to your ankles. Now it's licking your thighs, sometimes even your chest, when you have the misfortune to stumble into a hole of brackish water. Wading through the mud gradually drains you of your energy. Soaked and crusty with mud, you wish you could rest, if only for a moment, but swarms of angry insects change your mind. If you want to ignore the following effect, we have to return a glimmer card or a blessing card. And there are mushrooms here for us to eat if we want to. Which mushrooms are these? Morning tea. So if we want to try eating the morning tea, we would take a 221, apply its effects. We only have 1 morning tea. All right, so do we want to eat this food? It feels like we don't really need to be eating this food. I think we can survive it, but why push our luck? We don't need it. We do have a glimmer we could get rid of in order to not do this. Otherwise, we're going to get exhausted, which isn't the end of the world. 3 cards or take a 1. I mean, it's really almost the same, isn't it? Maybe we should hold on to the glimmers. This half a dozen 1, they're all the same. Let's just leave this out and spend 3 cards. Okay, or take a 101. All right, so now we have to get our health back. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8.1. We'll just make that 9, round up. So we lose 9 health to refresh. So this stays out. This stays out every time we enter this card, we have to do this. Is that right? Why do I not remember how this is supposed to work? Do we just do it the once? Every time we walk on this card, we have to do this. I don't think we need this card anymore. I can't remember. But maybe it's not relevant for us. because we're going down here if we can afford it. Okay, ground shiver 7. So we can afford to go down here, but not much further. If it gets worse, hopefully it won't get worse. I'm still not, yeah, okay. I think when we come on here, we have to do it, but not anymore. So if we come back this way, we're gonna have to do it again. Okay, let's see what this is. A metal structure emerges from the ground. When you notice it, it's already too late. After this is revealed, take a 485. Okay, this puzzle is a little annoying, to be honest. So there's a bunch of them. There's actually only 2. I wish we had written down the answers. Maybe we should try to remember it. Okay, after it's revealed, take a 485. So there's the puzzle. It's a C. Give the handle 6 full turns, count the maximum number, take a 442. This is puzzle D. Determine. Jonathan, we've done this puzzle a couple of times. We always get it right. How do you feel about just declaring that when we encounter this particular puzzle again, we're just going to declare that we're correct? Because it's just a matter of going through the motions. We've already proven we know how to do it. Jonathan says, I'm fine with that. We've done it several times. We know how to do it. It's cute. It's clever, but it's not. It's just the same thing every time. So we're just to look at this. If you found the correct answer, you disarm the trap, take 2 49s. And return this. Okay, otherwise it goes off. So return this, but this goes into the past. Okay. The only thing, there's no reason for us to do it again. The only thing you could say is like, should we get less reward because we're not interested in going through the motions? All right, 212. Here we are right here. A devastated landscape stretches out before you. Wormholes of all sizes puncture the ground. You understand better why this part of the mire is dried up. You'll have to zigzag, taking care not to slip into one of the collapsed chambers. All right, so I got some bad news for you, though, which is the connected cards are level 8, and that may be above our ground shiver. So we may not be able to go down this way as much as we wanted. We could explore a little bit, but we may not be able to afford, even on this exploratory mission, we may not be able to afford much. Let's see what level 8 is. Actually, we can afford 8. Okay, this is a little exciting because I don't think we've ever been... We might have looked at one card here. In fact, I can see we looked at one card to our right, but that was it. So we have never been left, according to this map, at least. And I think we were too scared to deal with this chest. So let's walk here. I'm going to stay off these. This looks like it can be stood on. All right, let's take a look at this. Do you remember this chest, Jonathan? We must have surely tried to grab this, but maybe we were too scared to spend too much time. All right, so I walked there. I don't remember if I... I don't think I paid for this. We're down to 40 health. Okay, I did pay for it now. Down to 40 health. All right. And now I paid 1 to walk on it, but we could keep this card if we wanted to. I guess it's better than order. All right. And now I'm going to look at this chest. Don't see any numbers on the cards, although that's not a number there, is it? Okay. Okay. This was the card to look at the chest. Okay, 217. How crazy would it be if we found our mission specific card down here? A chest sits on a narrow rocky outcrop that surrounds a wormhole. It's a miracle it has not been swept underground. So close and yet so far. You know, trying to reach the chest is risky, especially since there is no guarantee it still contains anything, but it is certainly tempting. Only one character may get involved. So you can do this dexterity action. As many cards as you want. You just have to get 3 successes. But if you fall short, you get injured, exhausted, and lose 10 life. All right, but we can guarantee this success. I mean, we only need 3. We can draw as many as we want. We've got 1 guaranteed success down here if we need it. Another one if we need it. That's 2. We don't have anyone who's good at dexterity on our team for some reason, but that doesn't matter. So I wonder if it's... No, we don't need to use any of our abilities for this. All right, I'm just going to take 4 cards. We should be able to do it. Maybe I should stop trying to be so... No, we don't want to fail this. Okay, 4 cards. All right, so we drew pretty badly, but even so, we've got our 3 successes on 4 cards. So we jumped across. You land in front of the chest. Banish this and take a 499. 499. What is in this treasure? Banish this and take a 499. There's only one 499 card. Is that right? Are 499s the amazing weapons? Is that it? Is this like the crossbow? No. 499. Okay. Take a 13 card to try your luck. If Lady Luck is on our side, we get a 199, a 299, and a 155. Oh my god, we have to jump back across. Look how cool that is. We have to jump back across. Okay. All right. So we may end up using some glimmers here. Okay, that's pretty cool though. We have to jump back across the chasm. Okay, here's our luck. Lady Luck is on our side. Okay, so we succeeded. We didn't have to use any glimmers. That's nice. So we get a 199. Okay. A spool of thread. So much thread all over this place. A 299. Okay. A flamberge. What the hell is that? We've never seen that before. A flamberge. It's a secondary weapon. It's a blade. It's cumbersome. It's great if you have strength. But we don't really have strength. I wish you could trade these weapons more. I don't even know if we... I guess we can we probably have enough weight to carry it. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No, we can't. We don't even have enough weight. Should we just drop this? I guess we'll just drop this very fancy weapon that's too heavy for us. Is there any reason to keep it? Is there any reason we'd prefer it over something else? I don't think so. I mean, we do have some crappy stuff, like this shield, but when are we ever going to use this? We've got better stuff. We've got better bladed weapons. We don't want something that's cumbersome. I'm just going to drop it. A 155 card. Okay, well, there is no 155s. That 155 is one of these. I forget which one. So we got junk, basically. We got junk. Now we got something to barter. I guess that's not nothing, but we just cast it into the pits. Okay. And now we have to jump back across. We have to get 4. Let me pocket my pool of thread. All right, so if we fail this, we're going to lose 10 life. We'd rather not, but we have 2 cards that can guarantee success if we need them. Okay, with 4 cards, we might get our 4 successes. We'll probably need to use something that's okay. There's 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we got our 4 out of 4 cards on our own. In fact, look at that. 4 cards, we've got 5 successes. Pretty rare. All right, we jumped back across. Okay, what? Something went wrong? I think our upgrade lets us ignore cumbersome. Maybe we should trade something else for that weapon because it was a secondary. Huh. It's true, it is a secondary. That's a good point. We can ignore cumbersome. We can ignore cumbersome for one item. It's not for every item. So it's a secondary weapon. It's true, but it does say weapon. So it's not like we can combine this secondary weapon with another main weapon. The question is it better than the war pick? Or the spear, which is also a 2? So let's look at these. Is it better? So 2 strength turns into 2 stars, but you can do it you can do it twice. 2 strength turns into 3 stars, but you can only do it once. But it can also be used for digging. And notice that as far as tags go, this is worse because this triggers the weapon tag and the secondary tag and the blade tag, whereas this is just weapon. So we could combine this with something that's just the secondary, where we couldn't do it here. Now this one does look a little better than this in terms of 2 fists to 2 stars, 2 fists to 1 star. But this is also good for trapping. It's also a pole. And it also does this. I don't think so. Yeah. Up, down into the depth. Down into the depth. Secondary, if it also says weapon, it just doesn't seem like there's any advantage to it. It just makes it worse. Some of these super deluxe weapons aren't so super deluxe. Okay, so we had to jump back across. And we banished this one. But the really exciting stuff, that was not so great. But we're now at an exciting point because now we're about to see a card we've never seen before. Well, we might have seen this card, but we haven't seen the card under it. So we are ground shiver 7, so that's great. Whoa, we have never seen this before, Jonathan. The path is suddenly blocked by a wall of brambles. As you rip out the branches to make your way, a blackish vapor emerges, and you watch astonished as the bush grows ever larger before your eyes. Wow, okay, so this is a fight. This is a fight we have to have with some serious creature that we've never met before. And it's got regenerate too. Regenerate too. Where's our information about regenerate? Regenerate 2 means if an action fails, you increase the die by 2. Okay. That's pretty crazy. And it's tough. Okay, so every time we fail, in other words, every time we do anything that doesn't kill it outright, it gains 2 health back. That's regenerate. And tough means during every result step, ignore 1 success. So every time we attack it, it's going to ignore a success, and then it's going to get 2 back. And even when we kill it, we're going to lose 5 cards. And every time we fail, we get exhausted. Every time we do any attack that fails, we get exhausted. And remember, the second time you get exhausted, it's much worse. But we can turn 2 arcane to a star. That's not very useful. The good news for us is that we have some serious weapons that we've been waiting to use on stuff. So I think we should be able to kill this in 1 shot. Because if you can do 6 damage in 1 shot, then it doesn't have a chance to regenerate, although it will subtract 1. So what have we got here? We've got our scepter, and we have the arcane magic. So we can do 6 right with this scepter. Because we have arcane energy. So like, this is what we've been waiting for. This incredible weapon that we got off the vampire crustacean lets us draw 2 less cards, 6 stars. We spend our arcane energy and just totally wipe out this moss, these brambles. We need 1 more success on top of this 6, though, which I think maybe, well, we can draw 2 cards if we get a success, which we probably will. We won't need to use this, otherwise we use this. In fact, I wonder if we shouldn't just draw no cards by using this. All right, but there's no doubt we should do this. Although, you could make the case that we should say that these are savable and we should instead use this for 3 success, 4 success. No, let's not mess around. All right, here we go. We're going to do this. We're going to draw 2 cards just so I can avoid using this auto success. Anything I'm not thinking about? No, we just need one more success. Okay, so we've got 2 successes. We've got 8 successes total. This gets returned. 349. These get spent. Our scepter got used. We did 7. Even when we removed the tough one, we've still got 6 damage, all shot in 1. However, we still lose. Oh, each exhausted character. So actually, we don't have to lose 5 more because we killed it before it even had a chance to think about anything. Yeah, maybe it'll think twice next time about attacking someone. Look what I see, though. Is that the number 18? Is that a card that would have made this a little easier for us? Oh, maybe not. Somehow I thought I saw an 18 there. I think it's just brambles. That's not an 18. Okay. Just bad eyesight. All right, we killed this thing. And now we get the reward of seeing a new card we've never seen before. 242. Pretty exciting. On either side of a wide dirt road, tall reddish grass that sways in the wind. All right, here we go. Whoa, look at this. It's reddish grass that sways in the wind, and then there's a pathway. All right, well, let's walk over to it. It's going to cost us 4 cards. 1 plus 3, but we do get to keep 2 of these if we want it. Ruthless attack, that's pretty good. Don't need that, don't need that. Don't really need eloquence. I'm going to get rid of inspiration. It sounds crazy. No, maybe I'll throw out improvise. Okay. So there's another 8 card here. I walked over here. I'm going to stay in this little clearing here. All right, let's take a look at this. We don't have a choice. 25400. All right, here we are in some new land we've never been in. From the path, you think you can hear voices coming from the grassy area. Perhaps the wind is playing tricks on you. Drawn by the voices, you tread little by little towards the tall grass. Immediately after this is revealed, and each time you move your figure to the terrain card this is attached to, you must take the following actions. So we have to resist the call, the lure of the rustling red grass. 0 or 3, as long as we're not confused. So pretty easy to do. We get a 150, which is focused. So we're already focused. So we could use this to grab a card out if we wanted to. All right. So I'm just immediately after it's revealed. Okay, so I'm going to use focus because I think we're going to get it right back. So I'm going to use this so that I can go grab a card after we finish this. And I'm going to plan to spend this and just re-grab it. I guess I need to draw 3 cards here. Let's see if we can make this success. If it's not, then we'll just fail it. All right. So in fact, we got all 3 without needing to spend any cards. We have used this, so I could get a card out if we wanted it. I'm not sure if there's anything worth grabbing, though. We're just too strong at this point to really need any of these cards. We should rest and get 5 cards. Let's do that. But what would I take this? I guess it's still better to just do it. So I'm going to take this in my hand. I guess it doesn't matter. It's sort of pointless. And then we get this back. And this is done. And every time we walk onto that thing, we've got to do that. All right, let me attach that. So I'll have to do on the way back. Every time you move your figure to this card. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and do this rest. Anytime we can, I guess that's not a bad idea. When we get the opportunity to rest, we should do this because we can also trigger it with the sleep wall. But we don't need it because we've already got a 152 confident. Okay, but anyway, I'm still going to do it to just get 5 cards and get a card into our hand, and we block this. Okay. So we take 5 cards, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those come into our hand. It's just a little bit of energy. And then this gets blocked. And we get to take a card from discard. And we get the sleep wool, but we don't need the sleep wool because we already have a 152. And I get to take a card into my hand. I suppose might as well take this card again. All right. Well, there's nothing. Oops. There's nothing else to do here other than go this way. So let's do this. Maybe we should take a break first. Let's see what this is, and then we'll take a break. Oh boy. A bone shrub clambers on its roots. This shrub collects bones that serve as both weapons and armor. The specimen before you is incredibly large. If our knowledge is 15 or higher, it's not. Otherwise, we gotta fight it. It's unsettling and tough 3. Tough 3? So the first 3 damage successes we do get thrown away. Unsettling? We don't have anything to beat unsettling. Unsettling means what? You can't apply more than 1 card per turn. That's pretty terrible. Although I think we have the ability to do some damage, but we can only apply 1 card per turn. And the dog can take his only one action card per turn, but that's different than this. He ignores brutal and ambush. That's not much help. We could do the scepter again. I guess we should. Although it's not the worst if we miss this. Just goes down. Nice to do. Nice to go down 2 dice at one time though. And then 8 cards. So what if we used our... Be nice to kill it, but we don't have to, huh? What if we used our war pick and unleashed? Hey, look, unleash ignores unsettling. So now we can use multiple cards. All right, we're going to use unleashed, which is going to generate 3 fists, and we can ignore unsettling. So we can use multiple cards now. So that's going to get us 3 successes. And then we'll be able to get surely 1 for the dog. That's 4 successes. And then we need 8 though. Why don't we... oh, but then we've got more cards in our hand. We've got 1 star, 1 star, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we just need 2 of our own. That's fine. I'm going to draw 4 cards. I think we should be able to get away with this. We're definitely using this. Okay, here we go. So pretty bad draw, but even still, we can only use 3 cards in our hand. So let's say we use... Well, okay. It's pretty bad, but it's okay. So we've got 2 stars of our own. But we can... and then 3 stars from this. That's 5. And then 6 for the dog's flag. And then we need 2 more still. But we can do it with... In fact, rather than the dog, we'll use 2 of these to do this. So instead of the dog biting, we're going to get... Sorry. 3 from this. 4, 5 from ours. 6, 7. Oh, we didn't use a companion, so I guess we're not supposed to use that. All right, 6 for the dog. And then I'll do 7 and 8. That's fine. That got blocked. That got discarded. These are discarded. These dog and the war pick got used fine. We did 8 damage, which is 5 plus the tough 3. It still hurt us. We still lost 3 life, which brings us down to 37. We get to keep 1 of the cards we drew. I guess we'll keep ready for anything. And the die goes down 2, which goes down to there. And we used our unleashed. And now the only thing we want to do is try to avoid having to draw 8 cards, no matter what happens. When we need 4 damage, so I guess it's not a trivial amount of damage. So what can we do that will let us draw less cards during this fight? Anything? Draw less than 2. Maximum 3 times. That's actually... Okay, this isn't a forced fight. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw away ready for anything. And we're going to bring out motivated to try to draw less cards. All right. We need to do at least 4 damage. We're going to use the dog. No, it's not the dog. What was what let us ignore unsettling? Because that's what we want. Was that our unleashed that ignored unsettling? Because what we really want to do is just avoid drawing 8 cards if we can. So the war dog lets us draw 2 less. And the scepter lets us draw 2 less. Was it this card that lets us ignore unsettling? Yes. Okay, so we can't ignore unsettling anymore. But we could if we use Ruthless Attack. All right, so we're going to use Ruthless Attack to ignore unsettling. Then we're going to use the dog and the scepter so that we don't have to draw 8 cards. The scepter might not even do any damage, but that's okay. We're going to do the damage on our own. 4 damage. We can trigger a couple. So if I draw 4 cards, the minimum we have to draw, we still need 4 things, but surely that's enough. I'll draw 5 cards. Okay. So we can use all of these cards. So 1, 2, 3. We've got 3 stars of our own, plus a whole bunch of flags to do 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's fine. So this was all planned so that we didn't have to draw 8 cards. Seems a little bit overkill. We have to discard 1 card from our hand. I guess I'm going to discard motivated. And we take 2 damage, 35. Wow, this was a lot of work to kill this thing. And it goes right back into the collection for us to meet again. All right, let's try to get our knowledge above 15 so we never have to face that again. That was there. So 273 comes out. Okay, let's put it here. Let's take our break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back and we are about to enter totally new territory, card 273. To the north, a cliff overlooks the crossing river. A man is building a stone hovel between two plateaus. Where is the man building the hovel? Between two plateaus. Is that it? Is it here? So we can... What is that action with hands shaking? Not negotiate, it's greet. Okay, so we could greet the man who's building his hovel between this plateau and the next one. We can continue going west. We can look at the river. We can look at these rocks. We got lots to do here on this card. On this brand new card. Brand new card. Well, let's walk over there. Let's try to stay in the safe zone. It's one card. We can keep it. All right. Well, surely we're going to do all of these things. I suppose we should greet him. Otherwise, he might get suspicious why we're walking around on his land. Let's just tell him we're not here for any trouble. So 289 seems to have special symbol, but that's all there is. The one-legged man is laying stones on a half-finished wall. His scarred chest is dripping with sweat. In spite of his wooden leg, the task seems taxing. One-legged man is underlined in case we have anything about that, but that's the first I've heard of it. With his hand covered in mortar, the man holds out his wrist. Do you see what a crippled veteran is still able to do? At least in this godforsaken place, I don't have to deal with war-hungry madmen anymore. This is close to our backstory. We're about veterans that sent off to war. I also see some mushrooms on his card. If you reveal a card with the strength icon, the action fails. So we only have we only have one shot at this. However, our influence is high enough that we can just do this 0-0, Jonathan, because our influence is high. We have exactly 10 influence. So exactly what we planned for this precisely. So we're not going to draw any cards. We just get a 0-0. We can keep one of the cards, but we don't want it. We're just going to read 236. So actually that worked out well for us. If we get lucky, this is going to be related to our backstory. We'd have to get very lucky though. Okay, what does he say? He says, yeah, I was a surgeon in the Legion way back when. We fought on all fronts. I gave a little too much of myself. He chuckles, pointing to his wooden leg. All these atrocities and human stupidity. I can patch you up if you're hurt, but I could use a hand putting up this wall. I scratch your back, you know how it is. So we can resume our journey and put this away. Or we can do a strength test, 7-0. Or we can block one of our existing companions for a 2-0. Once the wall is up, he examines you. He's not lost his touch. He gives us 3 life points. That's it. However, he's got some more. Then, if you want, we can do one. You may take one of the following actions or both. All right, we don't really need health. So I don't think we're going to be doing that. But what's this? If you want to take the following action, one involved character must return one card with barter. And we do a little negotiate. And he gives us a 411, a suit of armor out of a trunk. I mean, what do we have to give him? Is a spool of thread barterable? Yes. We have 2 of these. We have 1 more we don't need. We have anything else that we'd like to barter away? I mean, we might as well do this barter. In fact, what if we gave him that? Oh no, it's not a barter. That's too bad. Juggling balls or barter to get rid of confuse. Let's remember this. Or take a 150. We can get 150 whenever we want. That's pretty great. What about this mirror that we don't want to use anymore? I think we can use it one more time though. Yeah, we can use it one more time, so I'd rather not give it up. All right, let's give him the spool of thread. Clothing, fabric, unblocking. I mean, yeah, that's good, but it's not good enough. All right, so we're going to give him the spool of thread because we have 1 extra one that we don't need. We take a 411, which is some armor. I'm not sure we've ever gotten a 411, some dedicated armor card. In general, I don't care much for the armor. You've got your hands on a solid metal breastplate. So 2 strength to block shield of 3. That's pretty great, but boy, is it heavy. I mean, we could certainly get rid of the roundel. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's very hard for us to get these, but to get those fists, but sure, why not? It's a torso armor. Okay, and the roundel breaks every time you use it, even if you succeed, although it is good for dodging. All right, why not? Just for the fun of it. We're going to take your breastplate of armor. All right, well, you know, I wish he would have told us about our backstory, though. All right, next up. Oh, did we want to eat his mushrooms for fun? It's the morning tea that's on his card. Unfortunately, it's better if we have more of these morning tea cards. I don't want to get ill just taking 1 card. I'm not going to do it. We don't have time, and it's not good enough. But let's go look at these other things. Let's go look at the river. 215. It is fun that we're getting to explore new areas. The shells are visible on the rocks breaking through the surface of the water. They look edible, but you have to pry them off first, and the rocks they're on seem pretty slippery. All right, so we can just throw this away, or we can climb or do a balance action. If we succeed, we get 6 cards back. If we fall, we get injured. What about our long stick? Draw 3 less cards or get a star and a +1. So we got a pretty good chance of succeeding at that. So we should probably do that to get 6 cards. We're going to net a positive on that. How is the dog at this? No, dog's no good. All right. We've got a lot of people with us, but they're no good. Okay, so we're going to use our long stick just for fun. We're going to do this action. So we don't need to draw as many cards, but we're going to draw anyway. We can use up to 3 cards. This is going to get us a success. And we have the ability, we're going to bring a companion just so that we can say we can use this. We have the ability to generate 2 more successes if need be. So we can guarantee this success no matter what we draw. But actually, we need more health. Okay, so we need to eat 8 health, which brings us down to 27. All these cards get shuffled. We're going to get 6. So the point is we want to draw less than 6. A lot of work for less than 6. So maybe, what if we drew 0? We could draw 0 cards here. And then we'd have 1 success, 2, 3 success. And just draw no card. Keep 1, but I'd rather not have to use these. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw 3 cards. And if we're lucky, we won't have to use these. And we can just get 2 successes. In fact, let's play it. Let's cheapskate it. Let's draw 2 cards. Okay. So 2 cards, I only got 1 success. And no flags. That's unfortunate. 1 success, 2 success. I played it cheap, so now I'm going to have to spend this and this to block it. That's a little bit unfortunate to get our successes here. Okay, we get to keep one of these cards in hand. I think I'm going to take this card so that we can escape out of here when we need to. But now we get 6 cards, but there's only 2. I sort of see I messed that up. All right, so let's pretend that I didn't refresh so much. So I'm going to put these in this card, give myself back 2 life. Okay, then we get 6 of these back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was kind of pointless. I mean, not pointless, but was it worth all the trouble? I don't think so. All right, that was just for a little bit of rest. That was just what we looked at? So we just looked and got this card. Nothing else happens, huh? Like that came from looking, so that's it. We could look again. Is there another card to look at if we looked again? No, that's it. All right, but what's happening here? Okay, but we can look here now. 73. That was sort of anticlimactic. Okay, 73 has multiple symbols, but none are ours. The river has washed away debris that is piled up against the rocks. You think you spot a wooden crate among the branches. Whoa, look at this. Okay, so we don't have any weakness, so it's a 3 and 2, but it's not chain locked. And we're going to get a 149, which is just a barter, right? Yeah. All right, but we want it. So we can draw as many cards as we want, but we'll get exhausted if we don't make it. We don't have anyone to help with our anchors, and we don't have great cards for this, actually. But we only need 2 successes. Okay, I'm just going to draw 4 cards. If we fail it, we fail it. All right, well, with 4 cards, we got more successes than we know what to do with. These get thrown out. We get a 149. A flute, a musical instrument with no weight, and it's barterable. That's nice. I always like when we get a musical instrument, and I always like getting barter items. So I'm not going to complain about that. And then this gets discarded. And there's no more 73, so there's nothing for us to look at here. Well, the only thing to do is go more west. Did we have to ditch? Did I not ditch the shield? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, I did ditch it. So we're all on 14. Okay. There's nothing to do but go west. Psst. You look around but see nothing. Psst. You look up, perched in a tree is a small old man who waves at you. Is it still here? Is what still here? The Tsukuyan. That monster chased me and my magic had no effect on him. I had just enough time to climb up these branches. I think it's gone. How do I know it's not you, eh? Those abominations are able to change their appearance and even imitate us. I won't come down until I know for sure. All right, so if we had influence of 15 or higher, we could instant pass. Otherwise, it's just a 0-2, so easy enough. And it's a negotiate, which we've got some people who are good at. Jonathan says, wasn't the Sukoyan the creature from the children's story? Yes, it was. Yes, it absolutely was. We had this crazy book that told us about a story. What's the matter? He says it's well, actually it was different. Close, but different. He says it's the Soul Ruba, the awful monster who pursues me during my sleep. And this is the Tsukuyan. So similar, but different. I thought it was going to be that creature too. All right, so let's look at this again. It's easy enough for us to pass. It must be done right now, but we do have people who are good at this. In fact, the dog is good at this. But so is our crook. And so is this guy. So this guy, 2 flags to a success, draw 2 less cards. This guy is +1. I guess this is the guy who's better at this. All right, so we just need 2 successes. We can draw as many as we want, but if we fail, we can just take it again. So it's no big deal. So I think we'll just draw 2 cards. Hopefully that'll be enough. Actually, 2 cards is unlikely to be enough, but 3 cards is. Okay, here we go. So we just did it with 3 cards. We got our 2 successes, but actually we had a bunch of flags, so we got 4 successes. That's fine. We don't get to keep any of these. And he is done. We succeeded. And we get a 328 card, which is a what? What is a 328? Is it going to be another companion? Well, okay, you look trustworthy. With unexpected agility, the man climbs down from his tree. It's another companion. It's Nayu Okus. Oh, he looks rough. When you perform a recovery, finish resolving the action in progress, then take a 335. So recovery is when we get our cards back into our hand. He's good at nothing. He turns flags into +1s. Yeah, that's all right. But what is this weird thing that happens? Is he going to get better or worse? Oh, we got a lot of companions. None of them are all that good. Where is our sorceress, Jonathan? Should we have been building that sorceress? That's what we need. We need that sorcerer woman. Why aren't we building her? Do we forget how powerful she is? You think he's the creature? He's the Sukoyan? I think you might be right. I think that old man could be the Sukoyan. Ooh, that guy could be the Sukoyan testing us. Like, he looks like he's got some infection in his forehead. Can we just drop him off somewhere? We might be fighting this guy soon, Jonathan. All right, let's just be ready for that. I don't know why we're not building that apprentice sorceress. All right, we banished that. That was over here. Why can't we go do this thing? There's nothing for us to do here. All right, let's go 304. It's always good when we're discovering a new area, so at least we should be happy about that. That's this guy. Okay, here we are. Strange giant vegetables have grown on the patches of ground that the burrowers spared. A ruined tower standing on a cliff's edge looks ready to collapse into the void. Whoa, what's going on here? Wow, that looks like an eggplant to me. That looks like eggplant to me. Why did you recognize this? And see, this is here, the rune tower. Okay, the amber tower. Okay, this is pretty exciting. Because our whole group is named after this amber knight, inspired by it. So that's our whole reason d'etre, is finding this guy's tomb. But I don't see any slab. But I do see eggplant. So we're looking for the Amber Knight's grave, and it says, under a stone slab where his portrait is revealed, where climbs the artichoke stair high above all. The artichoke stair high above all. I don't know about that. Let me keep out this thing here. Look for numbers. Oh, here's what it says. We should read this. If you have located the Amber Knight's grave, we dig. We have to try our luck, and then we see if we're right. So, yeah, we could dig and hope we're right, but we could be wrong. All right. Oh, lots of interesting stuff here. Two things to look at. One thing to look at, one thing to travel to, and then a whole bunch of other stuff, other directions to go from here. All right, well, let's walk onto here. I'll walk up near this artichoke. That's one card, and we get to keep it. All right, let's stand over here. All right, Jonathan, so these come out. All right, what do you want to do, Jonathan? Should we look at that eggplant? Do you want to walk over to this ruin here that's about to collapse? Or do you want to just dig? I don't see any secret numbers. You want to just dig, huh? You think this is the spot? How do you know it's not to the left of us? Jonathan says just dig. You realize we got to dig and then get lucky. All right, who's good at digging? Where's that dog? That dog doesn't like to dig. Don't we? With all these people we have with us, none of them like to dig. They're all lazy. None of them want to dig. We do have a hoe, though. But the hoe can fail. Oh, we don't care about successes. We just want to draw less cards. I don't think we have anything for that, unfortunately. All those companions, huh? Well, this lets us draw less cards. I guess we're just going to... I guess we're just going to draw 5 cards. We don't have anything that will help us spend less. And there's no card in here that will let us spend less. Huh? Well, I'll tell you what. Let's use Focused to take a card from discard and add it to our hand. And I'm going to take Support. It's just because we're carrying around these things for so long. We never use them. Let's just use it. And then I'll use Support to draw 3 less cards on any action. So we'll just dig for 2 cards. Okay, fine. And that gets discarded. Seems silly just to save us 3 cards, but okay, then we have to take a 13, which could end up costing us. Okay. All right, well, we got jinxed. We're going to have to use some health or a glimmer. I guess we're going to use a glimmer to redraw. We got jinxed again. I guess we're wasting these glimmers that could be used for upgrades. I'll take a health. 27 to draw again. Lady Luck is on our side finally. That was expensive. Okay, Glimmer got discarded or returned. That got returned. All right, thank God for the fortune teller's hut. Otherwise, we'd be doing this over and over again. All right, now we're going to see if Jonathan was right, whether that was all worth the effort. I don't see any stone slab, though, Jonathan. So take a card as number is equal to the number of your terrain card plus 319. So we're on 304. So 623 is where we would go. 319 plus 304 is 623. All right, I got some news for you, Jonathan. There's no cards above the number 605. How about that? 605 is the highest number. And we just dug for nothing into that artichoke. Is it artichoke or eggplant? Because that definitely doesn't look like an artichoke. Did it say eggplant or did it say artichoke? It says artichoke, Jonathan. That's not an artichoke. That's like an eggplant. All right. Well, we dug for nothing. Jonathan just likes digging. All right. Well, let's go take a look at this place now that we've dug it up. Wasted our time. 228. Dig first, ask questions later. You approach and examine one of the strange vegetables more closely. The moment your fingers touch it, when the vegetable begins to quiver, the part you touched explodes in a spray of purplish matter. During the following action, the active player is whoever revealed this. So 0-2, we have just enough time to throw yourself to the side to avoid the spray. Otherwise, we get a 258, which I don't think we've ever seen before, but that does not seem like what we want. So luckily it's not locked though, so we should be able to succeed at this. We don't have any instant successes. I really don't like that. I have no way to increase this. So we better draw 4 cards and then get something better into our hand so we're not wasting so much. Wow, we almost didn't do this, but we did. We got our 2 plus successes. We get to keep one of these. We really need an instant success. Where are all of our instant successes? All right, spare no effort is pretty good. All right, so that's it. We return this. That's it. So you're just not supposed to look at that thing. Can we remember that so we don't ever look at it again? Don't look at the purple eggplants. All right, now let's go to this stone area here, 309, but that takes 2 cards. 309. This place isn't very hospitable. You enter the remains of the Amber Tower. Only one section of the wall is still standing. It bears a faded fresco showing a knight facing off against a huge and ferocious creature. There's our Amber Knight. But this is where he lived, not where he died. Whoa, look at this. Inside a small hole in the wall, you notice a stone engraved with a coat of arms that appears to be manipulable. You can look at the mural for a clue or try to open what you think is a cache. Look at him fighting some many-eyed, scary monster. You hear a mechanism clicking in the wall. Take a 98 card. If it's not available, the hideout is empty. Wow, look at that card. Can we get a close-up on that? That is so cool looking. So it's a creature with many eyes. It's got knives in at least 3 of its hands. 1, 2, 3. It looks like it's got a mace here and a mace here. I don't know what's in this hand. Some separate set of eyes. And then there's some thing on that. So a stone engraved with a coat of arms. And what did our story say? His crossing of the Great Sea. So many feats. There's a tower. His home is a tower. This seems like his home. Leaving his handsome home, that well-named tower, carried by 4 princes, faithful allies, and dower. Here lies the Amber Knight, at times behests his most faithful sword lying upon his breast. With such a cruel point and such a perfect edge that never in life would break its pledge, he who seeks finds what is concealed under a stone slab where his portrait is revealed. Where climbs the artichoke stair high above all, the bird regards the well where it must not fall. I don't think this is where he's buried, but I think this is where he lived. Like, I don't think that's his portrait. I think this is different. But this is amazing. You can look at the mural for a clue or try to open what you think is a cache. Is there a number hidden in the mural? I don't see any. Well, let's think for a second. Could we even do this? It's a decrypt 3 of 8 or a unlock, pick the lock 1, 6. I wonder if we're just going to get some little treasure. Do we know what a 98 is? It doesn't look like it's that rare, but we don't know. We do have companions who are good at this kind of thing. Lockpick or decipher. We don't have a good lockpick, but who are our companions? Lockpick companion, decipher companion, decipher companion. All right, let's just look at what we have. We have a guy who's good at deciphering. He can turn 2 flags into a star 3 times. And we can generate flags. We've got Ineo, who again turns 2 flags into a star up to 3 times and lets us use 1 more card from our hand of Sodacy. Or we can lockpick, same exact thing. And we can't use more than one of them. In general, these guys seem better if we don't have any specific. Although 1 and 6, 3 and 8. I guess we probably want to decipher. All right, so we want to decipher just because with more cards we got more chances. Doesn't the thief also lockpick? Yes, he does. You're right. Draw 2 less cards. That's not what we want. So I think we want to decipher. Sorry, I don't know if you saw that. There. Okay, so I think what we want is to decipher because he lets us draw 2 less cards, but that's not what we want. So we want this. How badly do we want this? I wish we knew what a 98 was. Doesn't seem like a 98 is that good. All right, if we really wanted to do this, though, we draw 3 cards. We can get 3 successes. The more cards we draw, the more of these we could get. We could get 3, 4, 5, 6 theoretically from here. I don't think we can get up to 8. I mean, we could get this, which would give us another one. So 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a lot of flags we'd need to get up to 6. 7, theoretically. It's not a forced action, so we don't have to do it right away. So we could do this to take a 150. This is not, this is not, 150 is not that helpful for us. This is very hard to pull off. Is a 98 worth it? This is our guy. Like, we really want this. Yeah, I mean, if we explore first, it would let us, potentially get more cards. Oh, he would let us keep more than 1 plus 1. It would be better for us to get better cards in hand. Okay, and I'd really love if we could figure out what to do on this card. Like, is there any sense that there's something in there that we can use? I see that the shield is like 2 hammers and some balls. I don't see any number though. It looks like he's cutting off this creature's hand. Is that a clue? He's cutting off this creature's hand. Boy, this creature has a lot of knives. All right, let's put this here and save it for a bit. We're not quite ready. We need cards that let us use more and get more successes, which we could draw. So, in fact, speaking of which, I think what we should do is, where are those juggling balls? Can I take them out? I think we should prepare for we're doing this. Okay, so the juggling ball is 0 and 2. We still have to get successes. That doesn't help us. All right, never mind. Thought it was the opposite. Elegant shoes, ammunition, arcane energy. All right. Well, I guess we're gonna explore more. That's a shame that we don't know how to do that. That's pretty cool, though. What you think is a cache. Is it going to be the creature that we have to fight in there? We don't know. Maybe. All right. Well, let's look around a little bit more first. Okay, let's go down. Hundreds of little mocking laughs emanate from a bed of plants. You're overcome by an irrepressible urge to silence them. During the result step, if your knowledge is 10 or higher, which it is, you're familiar with these necro-druidic plants called Loathsome. So we get 2 stars, and they mention necro-druidic, so we become not focused, but unleashed. All right, so we need to think, but if we're unleashed, it's a 6. So that sucks. We've just made this much harder. Otherwise, we're going to get exhausted. Why? Being unleashed is hurting us. I see. We're trying to resisting temptation to crush them. So if we're unleashed, we can't resist it. All right, so we got 2 stars, but the unleashed punishes us for that. All right, and we can only use 2. Wow. That's very hard to do. I have a feeling we're going to fail this. Who can we use to help us, though? The engineers are good at thinking. A thinking test, yeah, not much else, though. We do have potions and stuff, though. I'm not sure that's really going to help us, though. Okay. -3 for each one we're short by. Okay, so there's no point in trying to fail this. We have to try to succeed. I wish we had better cards in hand. Okay. We're only going to be able to use 2 of these cards, but we want every flag we can get. We can throw away cards from our hand to generate extra flags. So we could get 3 stars from them, and then +1. So we could get 3 from ourselves, 3 from them. That will make it work. Let's use Confident. And I'll draw 5 cards because we need to get our own. Probably we should be able to succeed at this. 5 cards, +1, +1. So actually we can use 4 of these. Better draw 6. Okay. Let's see if we can do it. Wow, these are some good cards here. 1, 2, 3. Oh, but we can only use, let's see. So we can use 4 cards. If we use him for +1 and this for +1, we can use 4 cards. So there you have it. We actually drew pretty bad in terms of symbols. Look at how few symbols we had. So we couldn't even trigger any symbol from them, but we got our 6. We got our 6, but we did have to use confidence. But that's okay. I think I don't use those blessings as much as I should. All right. Well, that was very expensive. And we get a 150, which is unleashed. No. Is the 150 the confidence I just used? No. 150 is focused, which lets us go get a card. All right. That's good. That'll prepare us for next time. But boy, that was expensive just for, as something in a way. These 8 cards are pretty, there's a lot of work involved in getting past them. All right, so we looked at that. Now we get a 393. All right, 393 does have a symbol, but it's not this one. If we were smart, we'd keep track of the symbols so that we could come back. You arrive at the outskirts of a forest where tall rod trees are crowned with a ball of orange foliage. Whoa, look at that. That's pretty cool. I don't see any amber night, though. That's pretty cool, though. We are really discovering some new areas here, though. Well, what should we do, Jonathan? Do we go south or shall we just keep looking? Let's look west first. Jonathan anticipated my question and he said, keep digging. Okay, let's look over here and see what creature we're going to have to fight. Okay, wait, before I do that, I think maybe we're going to have to wake up that guy. So I think here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use focus. I'm going to use focus right now to go get determination. Because I want us to be able to generate more successes. And then I can return this. And now here's the bad news. It's time for us to get more energy before we start exploring. So you know what that means. Okay, so 7 health. We're now down to 20, Jonathan. We are running the real risk of not being able to accomplish our primary mission. I'm just warning you. Maybe we're not worried about those minstrels, but we are a long way from where they are. They're about to head into our village and do harm. But the other thing is that old guy is doing his thing now, and I'm afraid that your theory might have been right, that he's going to be the monster. Or he's going to die, but I think he's the monster. Or he's infected. So that's why I wanted to prepare ourselves. All right, Jonathan, are you ready? Here he is. Are you ready for this? 335. All right, he's vanished. Wait, it's time for a break. I'll come back in 8 minutes. We'll see if he's a monster. We're back. Jonathan says, we should look at our picture of the feather cards. I thought they did describe these veggies as artichokes. It feels like our Citadel looks like an artichoke. Like if anything looks like an artichoke, our Citadel looks more like an artichoke than that. But you want the feather cards picture? Where is the feather cards picture? So feather card, these are turnips. These are turnips. Huge turnips. But where there's turnips, there should be artichokes. All right. But now it's time to find out if our old guy is turning into the monster as Jonathan fears. Yep. 100% correct. 100% correct. Jonathan was 100% correct. Now you Ocus, you know what? Look at his name, Jonathan. It's an anagram. It's an anagram. His name is an anagram. Ugh, why did we not I mean, we couldn't have dumped him by then, would we, Buck? We only learned his name once we took him into our party. All right, however, we can earn a 99 when we're done with this battle. So if we lose this one, we get a 200 card. I'm not sure we know what that is. We don't know what a 200 card is, but it can't be good. But we're going to get a bunch wounded. However, we do have our armor. So let's get out our armor. Our iron breastplate. We're going to be using this entire time. So we want fists to block wounds. Even if we succeed, we would normally get 3 wounds. So let's try to make this work on shot number 1. So I think maybe this is time for us to use our fighter potion. So we're going to block all 3 of those wounds with this fighter potion. Furthermore, if we use the war pick for this battle, we can use the other 2 to power this 3 damage. Weapon, barter, torso. So actually, with this set, we're already doing 3 damage. And then here's our 4th damage if we need it. So I think what we should do here is we should draw only 2 cards. If we get a success, we don't have to use this. In fact, I want to do 2 additional cards. Do we have something to cancel ambush? Oh, that's a good point. Yes, we do. Thank you for spotting that. All right, we can bring our dog into this. He cancels ambush. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to gear up. So thank God for our dog, right? Because that's what ambush is. Ambush is the thing, without it, you can't gear up. Yeah. So good catch, Jonathan. All right, so there's, and he can turn 1 flag into a success. We're going to get this plus 3 successes. All we need is 1 flag to trigger his success. That would be 4 successes. Regenerate doesn't matter because we're going to kill him. And if we need to, we can use this. All right, so let's draw 2 cards. Hopefully we won't need to, but if we do. We do have our weapon. All right, here we go. Okay, so this does it easily. We can even use our flags, doesn't matter. Okay, but so we're blocking 3 wounds with 2 fists. With another 2 fists, we're doing 3 damage. He's blocking ambush. And then with our flags or our successes, we're doing our 4th damage. So that was actually really well done. So this drops down 2 rows. We get to keep one of these 2 cards. And we blocked all of 3 wounds, which is like 9 cards. So that's pretty huge. Ready for anything is pretty good. So I'd be inclined to take this. And I don't think we need this. So we're not going to use it now, but we'll use it later. Actually keep this card too if we wanted it. No. All right, what did we lose here? We lost the fighter's potion. That's done. We didn't fail. We didn't fail. we didn't fail. So these people are still with us. Were these hidden this whole time so you couldn't see? Oh no, you can see it on the bottom row. Okay, fine. All right, so now we've got a similar situation, but we don't have our fighter's potion. So we don't have an easy way to generate string. It's not the end of the world, but we don't want a 200. We don't know what a 200 is. We don't know what a 200 is. We're unlikely to get enough. Well, we definitely won't get 4 fists, so we shouldn't try to equip both of these. I'd be inclined to not use the war pick here. We need a weapon that doesn't need... Are any of our people good at fighting? Yes, he is. I wonder if we don't take the acid bomb this time. Is this the time to use all our weapons? Because I don't want a 200. So ambush actually is not important anymore, because it's only for the first gear up stage, but we'd like to hit him with 4 right away. We could generate arcane. We could generate arcane and use this, but we're pretty good at getting flags. Maybe this is overkill, this 3, because we only need to do 4 damage. All right, let's do this. 4 damage on 2 cards. He's actually not that helpful to us. Because he doesn't generate what we want. But he's the only person who'll join us in a fight. Okay. Well, we do have flags though. So is there a better view than that? There's the hand cam. It just feels like it's duplicating. What if I just put this over here? Is that better? No. Okay. All right. If I wasn't so scared of the 200 card, this would be trivial. Okay, so let's say we draw enough cards, we can get 2 or 3 successes, plus some flags. We should be able to get them. If we need them, we can turn flags into success, but only 1 guaranteed. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we can do it as long as we draw enough cards. But I'm afraid this time I'm going to have to draw 4 cards because I need 2 successes and I need some symbols. I better draw 5 because I'm scared. Okay, here's our 5 cards. Well, okay, could have been better, but could be worse. So let's see. So we're only allowed to use 2 cards. So unfortunately, all we can get is 2 successes on our own. Where do I put all this so you could see it? Okay, there's our 2 successes. No fists, so that's not going to be of help. However, we do have 2 flags. And with 2 flags, we can generate 1 success and have a leftover flag. So 1, 2, 3, and we need one more, which is this one here, 4. However, we could also try this, draw 1 or 2 additional cards. I'm going to do this instead and try to get another flag. Okay. And in fact, we could also do it this way. So with our 2 cards now, we have 3 successes and a whole bunch of flags, which lets us get 4 or 5 successes. Okay, so that's good. And we get to keep 2 of these cards. So I think maybe I'll just keep this one. Three cards. Block this. It's not, Ruthless Attack is not, well, unsettling. All right, I'll keep that. Anyway, all right, but unfortunately we weren't able to defend that. So we are going to take 2 wounds, which brings us down to 18. And now we're down here. Boy, that guy was a real, this guy is a real tough nut to fight. All right, every time we don't succeed, it's 4 wounds. That's crazy. All right, so we're going to have to kill this guy. I think now, oh, look what I could have done. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. I could have used this for the fists. All right, doesn't matter. Where's our firebomb thing? I think this might be the time to firebomb this guy, or use our, this might be time to use our crazy spear to do 6 damage on this guy. A little bit of overkill. 3, 4, 5, huh? That's what we'll do. We'll use our unleash now with this. All right, I'm going to use the unleashed, which generates 3, which is going to get us 3 success. We only need 2 more. There's 1 if we need it. So I only need to draw 1. 3 cards. We used something that was supposed to give us a life too. I forgot about it. This one. Fighter's potion gain 2 life. Okay, so I'm going to give us 2 life back. Now we're at 20. All right, so this is going to give us 3 stars. Do you have anyone that wants a fist icon here? Not really. Okay, so 3, 4. I only need 1 success. If I draw 3 cards, it's impossible to fail this. All right, so we're able to use 2 cards. That's 3 successes. So we way overkilled this, but it had to be done. We used this up, so we're no longer unleashed. But we did succeed. Everyone succeeded. We killed this guy 1 shot each time. We did as well as we could do. We got a 99, Hope Reborn. So a small consolation. Thank God Jonathan spotted that we needed to bypass ambush, but boy, this guy was a tough fight. Never rescue old men in trees. That's our lesson. Never rescue the old man in the tree. Boy, that was rough. We're down to 20 life. We didn't even look in here yet. What's happening? We didn't even look in here, but now we're safe. Okay, let's look here. More fighting. A black twig snakes through the middle of the path. The abominable necro-druidic creation. That's why we got to remember to start using Unleash whenever we can. Can become rigid and hurl itself at its prey like a javelin. Don't be fooled by its fragility. The poison it secretes is slow acting but deadly. It's got ambush and it's got evasive. Oh my God. Okay, but we do get another Hope Reborn. Boy, this area is dangerous down here in the south. All right, well, let's face it. There's nothing to do but face it. We're going to bring our iron breastplate, and we're going to use Unleash to try to block these 3 wounds. Okay, so we're going to be able to do that. Now evasive is the one where we draw extra cards for every 3. For every 3 cards you draw, we now have to discard 2. So it'd be nice if we only drew 2 cards. So we draw 2 cards, we get 1 star. There's a 2nd star. And then if we could get another fist, we could generate that. But if we don't get a fist, we're screwed. No, if we don't get a fist, we'll use it on this instead of that. So that would be 3. That would be a guaranteed. But it sure would be nice if we didn't. Well, this is the step we don't want to fail, right? Because that's the poison. So we got to make sure we can pass that last test. That's the important. Okay, and this is what we're going to use the dog for ambush again. And maybe we use this guy who's good at fighting. We need to make sure that at that last test we don't fail. And bring back the dog, yes. The last test is the one we can't fail. We could use our scepter, but that's overkill. What about this? Nothing can, we don't have anything to avoid evasive, right? Okay, so what if instead of we use this, this is the 3. We don't need anything else, but I want to save this for the end. So maybe we save this for the end fight. And then for this fight, we bring these things here. We know we can do 3 if we need to, but then we're unprotected. If we get enough flags, we don't. All right, so I'm going to draw 4 cards. I'm hoping all I need is 1 wild card or fist. There's no way we can generate fists more efficiently. We need to find a card that can let us generate some fists. look, instead of bringing this thief, let's bring these. They don't help with fighting here, but we don't need them to help with fighting here. We can use them to generate wild cards here and discard to get our fist. So actually, we don't need to draw any cards. That's what to do. So I'm not going to draw, I'm going to draw 2 cards. So I'm not going to trigger evasive, and we're going to be able to kill these people this way. All right, let's see. All right, so 2 cards, but I'm not allowed to use 2 cards. So I've actually gotten 0 successes, but I have gotten 1 flag. So let's see what we've got. 3 fists. We're going to use 2 for his shield to block all 3 wounds. That gives us 1 fist left over. We haven't done any wounds yet, but I'm going to throw away 2 cards. I'm going to throw away this card and this card. This card and this card and this card. No, this card and this card. In order to generate a question mark, which is going to be a 4th fist. And with that, we can trigger the war pick, which is going to do the last 3 points of damage. So unfortunately, we lose Unleashed, but we have done our 3 damage and taken no wounds. We could have instead just done the 3 damage and not block the wounds, but I think that was the right thing to do. All right, now again, this one is not the end of the world if we don't do it. We'd love to not draw 3 cards. We don't care if we take the wound, so we don't need the breastplate anymore. So let's put that back. And the war pick is not the most efficient thing for us because we have such a hard time getting fists. So let's see. 1 card, though. These are tricky. We need fists. All right, we know how we're going to kill that last one with our acid bomb, so we don't really need that. We don't need ambush anymore, so we don't need to bring the dog, but why not? This guy doesn't really help us. Or we'd like to do this in 1 shot. I wonder if we shouldn't just fail this. Because it's just a matter of 1 or 2. In fact, I wonder if we shouldn't just fail it and try to make our armor work. I guess we can't really make our armor just work, can we? I just don't think there's a good way for us to succeed in this. We're just better off. Oh, discard it. I see. We could beat it right now. But then we wouldn't get the 99. Would we rather get the 99? Yes, I think that's what to do. I think that 99, the upgrade is worth it. All right, so I'm going to draw 1 card here. In fact, I'm not going to draw 1 card. I'm going to use this guy. Don't need to use anyone else. I'm going to use this guy. If I took the dog and we failed, he'd attack us. So I'm just going to bring our thief, who's used to losing on purpose. I'm going to fight with him. I'm going to draw no card. We're just going to fail this. So I'm drawing no cards. He lets me draw 2 less. So no cards. We fail this. We lose 3 health. That's down to 17. I don't know if that's worth it. Like 3 health, that's 9 cards. With 9 cards, surely I could kill this guy. Let me rethink that. I'm lazy, so I just want to fail it. Oh, but I don't want to discard it. I want the 99. Okay, so I'm going to take the 3 hits. This drops down to the 2. Then 0 cards. We just have to do 2 damage. I'm just going to make this simple for us. I'm going to drop the acid bomb on this guy to do 3 damage. Is it worth spending this acid bomb? No, we can. Yes, because we otherwise it's a 0. I suppose I don't really need to use this. I could use the spiky conches. Guess this is overkill. We could use the spear to let us draw another card. Now we can use 2 cards. This is 1, 2. That's enough. All right, I'm going to draw 2 cards. Hopefully I won't need to use this. All right, I drew 2 cards. I got 2 successes. So that's that. We defeated it. Oh, 2 cards. We're not allowed to use any of these cards. We are allowed to use 1 of them. Okay, so 1 success on 1 card. And 1 success on this card is 2 successes. That's this gone, discarded, but that's this thing killed. That's a lot of effort to kill this. A lot of real world time, but we did get a Hope Reborn, which is nice to have for our upgrades. The spear we keep, the thief we keep. These are discarded. And I didn't use that. Okay. All right. The bomb melting the shapeshifter seems thematic. 99 is 10 health. Very good point. That's a very good point. Thank you for reminding me that. That 99 is not just an abstract upgrade. It's 10 health. So it's absolutely worth taking a loss of a couple health to get a 10 health. Thank you. All right. Great point. Boy, this place is deadly, though. We should be thinking, Jonathan, about whether we want to be ever at some point trying to find the minstrel. That was a poison plant. Yes, it sure was. And we avoided getting poisoned, though, thankfully. All right. Here we go. 357. It is great that we're mapping out stuff. The wind gusts, whistling between the mounds and lifting up a fine mist of dusty earth. More turnips. More turnips. More turnips, no secret numbers. But another fallen thing. I guess maybe the feathers on these fallen things help us. All right. Well, we still haven't fought this thing, dug this out. I'm surprised Jonathan is allowing us to. I guess it's not digging. So Jonathan doesn't care. All right. But we do have some more areas here. We have a 6 area, which we can access. And we have an 8 area, which we can also access. And we can move all this over a little bit. I mean, we're still searching for the Amber Knights graveyard. It makes sense that it's discoverable, or it's under here. We don't know. We also only have 17 health. Are we just going to give up on these minstrels? They're too far away, right? We'll just let them come into town and make everyone depressed? I suppose if we're going to mess with the mural, we should do so now. Because otherwise we'll have to make our way back. I don't know that we can do this mural. However, we do have ready for anything. So we could go get the cards that might help us. Let's see. So what are we going to need? We're going to need to decipher or use a lock key. And we have someone who can help with both of those. Generate arcane. Flute doesn't help. We have lockpick that could get up to 3 stars if we have enough flags. That's even better. Decipher. He's the same, but they're better. Okay, so we can actually lockpick and get a bunch of successes. 1 and 6, or would it be better to decipher? To decipher, I'm 3 of 8. 3 of 8 plus 1, 4. We could get a bunch of those by ourselves. 2 more cards. All right, one of those people's coming with us. All right, so we can go get 3 cards from anywhere we want. Let's see. So this would get us 2 flags. That's at least 1 additional success. We don't need that. Improvise would be huge. Another card. Whoa, even better. Remember what we bought today, Jonathan? Scholar. Scholar gives us +2 on decode. How fitting is that? How fitting is that? All right, so we're going to scholar this one. We're going to go grab scholar that gives us a +2. Okay. These are discards. Question mark, question mark. Fine. Okay. So we are going to use this card here, ready for anything, to go fetch cards. That gets blocked. We're going to take these 3 cards. fact, I wonder if we shouldn't. All right, let's throw out on the double. Maybe we can walk back. Well, that's going to really help us get out of here if we wanted to go visit. If we wanted to visit. Oh, let me see if I need it. Let me put this one here. So this is going to let us get 1 success, 4 flags, 6 flags if we wanted to. So with 6 flags, we could generate 3 stars here, 3, 4, and use 2 more cards, 3. That would let us use 5 cards to, so yes, we can pull this off. In fact, I think it's overkill. I think maybe we don't need this one, and we'll keep the one that lets us run home. Okay. I think so. I think so. All right, so we're going to take Inel. She's going to let us keep an extra card. We're going to decipher. And we're going to use our Scholar ability to try to decipher. So Scholar lets us use 2 more cards. So actually we can now use 5 cards to get 8. 5 cards alone might be enough to get 8. But if we need it, we're going to be able to generate flags to help have her get us up to 3. So we got this. We figured out how to do it. We're going to do it. All right, so we're deciphering this. We're going to draw. We're allowed to use up to 5 of these cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think we need that many. I'm going to just draw 6. Let's try to preserve a little bit of our health. I feel like that's all we need. We're only going to be able to use, well, we'll be able to use 5 of these. All right, we got this locked up. All right, here we go. Well, there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, but we can't use all of these. We actually didn't do that great of a draw. We're allowed to use 5 of them. Okay, actually 3, 4, 5. We can use all but 1. All right, because it's 3 plus our Scholar. So we can generate on our own 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. To succeed, we need to generate 8. There's 2 flags. There's 7. And why didn't we bring the dog with us to give us another one? Maybe he can't do it, but there's our 8. Right? So we've got 3 flags. So she gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 with our 5 cards. So actually, we didn't have that much room to spare, but we could have generated more flags if we wanted. In fact, instead of spending determination, I'm going to spend authority and generate our other flag that way, our other star that way. All right, so we've succeeded. That was pretty fun, actually. Scholar got blocked. We can only use it once. Everything else gets discarded. Inel proved her worth, finally. All right, Jonathan, we succeeded. We get a 98 card. We don't even know if this is worth it. That was a lot of effort to get this 98 card. We're reaching in to this hole. A stone reveals an alcove from which you remove a piece of incredibly light chainmail. Uh, well, I guess it's a slight improvement on the breastplate, don't you think? It's lighter, which means it's easier to carry other stuff. It can use any symbols, which is very useful for us because we don't have many fists. And it generates almost as much blockage. And in fact, if you use it twice, it generates more blockage. So it's not nothing. We're going to, in this alcove, we're going to stick this iron breastplate as our tribute to the Amber Knight. And then we're going to take this chainmail, which is nice because it drops our weight down a little bit. But that was a lot of effort to get that chainmail. All right, well, I feel like we're not going to get those minstrels, right? It's a little sad that we've got all these musical instruments, but it could take us a long time to find them. So should we just keep exploring here? Those minstrels are going to come to our town, Jonathan. They're going to make people unhappy. You know that. We need to refresh our health. Let's do that. So I'm refreshing all our health, which is 7. Cost us 7 life. We're now down to 10 life. 10 life. It's time to head home. If we, okay, so we have 2 Hope Reborns. We could use one as an upgrade and then give ourselves 10 more life. Or we could head home and use these both for upgrades and, head home soon. I'm a little worried that, like, if we discover something, we're going to get killed in the middle of a battle or something. But I guess you can use the Hope Reborn at any time for 10 life. What do you think, Jonathan? What do you want to do? Well, I'll tell you what we should do. I know what we should do first. There's a very easy decision first, and that's because of the nature of the Hope Reborns. You can use them in an emergency for life, right? But you can't use them in an emergency to upgrade. And remember, if we use them for life, we'd have to throw them all away. So what we should absolutely do now is, while we've got a breather here, putting on our chainmail, we should upgrade with one of them. So why don't we upgrade the building you had us partially build last time, Jonathan? The market. Yeah. So let's build the market, yeah? Because it looks like we may need to use one of these for health. So now, at least in an emergency, we won't waste it. We won't waste the other one. We also have food for 5. We might be time to eat our food, or eat food if we see it somewhere. I do think, though, that this is check off a space on the destiny tree. Oh, sorry. Thank you. I always forget that. All right. So the good news is because of our astrologer hut, we can do a reflex space in order to do a building. And now we're getting closer. But we're going to need a couple more Hope Reborns if we're going to. That's another thing. If we get the minstrels, we could get Hope Reborn. But I'm torn. Thank you. I'm torn about whether we should head back and try to find the minstrels for the story they bring, or whether we should just continue where we're going. We know we can escape home at any time with this. Oh, lose 10 life. Actually, we don't really. I'll tell you what we can do, though. So we could go back to the Citadel for 10 life. But there's another option. If we keep this in our hand, okay, and we don't even have any cumbersome, but even if we had a cumbersome, our ability lets us discard one cumbersome. So with this card, we can get back home for 2. So this is our emergency run home when we need to. As long as we keep this in our hand, and I think we should, then we can get home very cheaply. So our 2 options are head back for minstrel. If we head back, what health could we have? If we decided to head back now, we've got 10 health. Plus, we could eat one of our Hope Reborns. That would be 20 health. 20 health. The food wouldn't give us plus 5 health. It would give us plus 5 cards. But yeah, we could get back looking for the minstrel with 20 health. That might be enough to find the minstrel, but who knows? It could take us an hour or 2 to find the minstrel. I mean, we haven't even taken a step towards the minstrels, and we don't even know where they are. But we would encounter story card. I'm sort of curious to see the minstrel story. I just don't know if we're going to get frustrated searching for them. Well, if we stay down this way, we would just keep exploring these new areas that we've never been, or we could go down here and keep exploring this way more. I mean, there are more areas to explore. It's very dangerous down here, though. But I feel like we're safe to get back home. Like, we're not going to die. If we really start to lose health, we just take that Hope Reborn and then we can get home cheap. So I'm sort of 50-50 whether we should look for the minstrels. There would be something satisfying about being able to actually complete our real mission, having gone down here and explored. On the other hand, I could see the case of, like, when are we going to be down here again? Maybe we should look for the Ammonite. On the other hand, for all we know, the real mission's going to send us down here in the future. No hints, Jeremy. No hints. But Jeremy thinks we could find the minstrels, I guess. It would say 1 west and then north would be the safest. You mean, you're saying the safest would be go up this way. We have never been in any of these areas. We're in totally new territory here, aren't we? Yeah, we're in totally new territory. We have never been this far west. I mean, we've been playing for 4.5 hours. I don't know if we have the energy to go find those minstrels, the real life energy. John says, let's head northwest. Okay, the minstrels, let them come to town. Let them make everyone sad. All right, so we're going west. That's 2 cards. 1 plus 1. We can keep both of these cards. We have room. We haven't looked at this turnip yet. Is that right? I forget. The last time we looked at this turnip, bad things happened. But if we're here, we might as well explore it. So we're going to look at this turnip. Uh-oh, wait a second. It's the same thing as here. It's the same card. 228. Was it bad? Was it all bad? Was there another card? Maybe we can get to a gold 228. All right, there is another 228. I forget. Did it say return? I'm doing it. Hopefully I didn't get us into trouble. Seems like I did. I forgot. It said return this, didn't it? The one you drew was bad and now it's coming back. Why did I do that, Jonathan? Why didn't you stop me? All right, we need 2 successes. I'll draw 3 cards. That's it, 2 successes. We just dodged it. Oh, I can keep one of them. Do I want one of them? Question mark, shuffle card, draw 1 or 2 additional. That's pretty good. All right, let's get rid of skillful. All right, that was, don't ever do that. It's just the same card because this keeps going back. Why does it go back? Return this. All right, just leave these things alone. All right, northwest, you said. All right, so we're going to do this. Each new stride seems more painful than the last. If a player has 2 cards with the keyword weakness, we don't have any, or we have 3 more cards weakness, take a 129. Okay, otherwise, you take it upon yourself to continue your journey. Each player may choose 1 card in their discard pile and add it to their hand. Okay. So nothing happened. We can take a card in our discard pile, which we don't really want. Although restoring aura lets us have 3 life points if we can get it. And we could get it. Maybe this is the game where life points are what we want. Let's take this card. Let's take this card and do this now. All right, so we're gonna do this action to give to get ourselves 3 life, and we can pull it off if we want. We can use our last mirror and then drop the mirror, and that would get us 3 life points. No, it wouldn't. It would get us 2 life points. Why am I doing this for 3 life points? Do we really want? I don't even like this aura card. Never mind. Never mind. I'm taking it all back. What was this card? All right, so I didn't do it. Never mind. It's too much trouble. For 3 life points, it's too much trouble. All right, these stupid turnips. Now we're going up here, 412. Now we're entering the 4s. This seems dangerous for us. What? 412 is a gold card, Jonathan. The further you go, the stronger the wind blows, as if in response to your presence. A swirl of dust rises from the ground and lifts up pebbles, whirling them around at a supernatural speed. Whoa. You could swear there's magic at work here, and only magic can undo magic. So if we had a mage, which we don't, we have that apprentice mage. I wish we had gotten her, but we don't have anyone with this ability. None of our people are mages. So we would be able to read 405. So what can we do? This just sticks there. If we want to get rid of it, though, we have to succeed at this. Wow, that's tricky. We are not good at this action. This is sort of blocking our way. So this goes here. In order to get rid of this, we need 4 successes. We can only use 1, but it does have 2 arcane on it. And it's spell casting, which we really need to build that woman to let us spell cast, because no one else is good at it in our group here. I don't know that we have the ability to do this, Jonathan. It's gold, so it's going to be there no matter what. We can't go north. You have a good point. If we return this, it just comes back out. That's so weird. So I guess, boy, that's weird. There's really no other 412? Doesn't that seem odd? Doesn't seem like there's any other 412. So there is a 400 that's misplaced though. All right, so you're right. There's no way to get past this. It seems like a place that you're supposed to bring the mage to for some story. So it's good we discovered it, but it's nothing for us to do. Yeah. Okay, exploring south, huh? All right, here we go. You sink waist deep into a hole filled with muddy water. We can, for each glimmer of hope we return, we get 2 stars. Oh, dear Lord. X is equivalent to the weight you're carrying. Whoa. This is horrible, but cool. We can't run away. We can't run away. We must succeed at this. Otherwise, we just get exhausted and have to try it again. That's pretty cool. But this is a bit problematic for us. Now, we do have 3 glimmers. So we could get rid of all 3 glimmers for 6 successes, but we are carrying much more weight than any human should be carrying. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We are carrying 12 weight. So we need 12 successes. It's not locked, though, so we could draw as many cards as we want. I'd hate to use all these glimmers, but I think we're probably going to have to. But it's a dexterity or strength test. Let's see what we've got. We've got rope that could give us 1. dog is no help. Our people are no help. She's no help. We don't have our weapons of help. So that's it. I've got some other cards we think we're forgetting to use, but okay. So we could definitely do this, but it's just going to be expensive for us. All right, well, let's go ahead and do this then. I wonder, should we just use all of our glimmers? 2 more glimmers and we could get a 99 though. That would be worth 10 health. 10 health is huge. So alternative, we need 12 successes. And if we fail it, it's miserable. But we have a good deck. So 12, let's say 12 successes. But this makes it 11. This makes it 10. Can we really not use our flags? We need to find a way to use flags to improve this. Really harmful that we can't. I really wish we had someone who could use strength, because it's really terrible that all our flags are for naught. That's pretty bad. So only our cards help us. Flags don't help us. This lets us draw 2 more cards, though. Oh, here we go. Flags into successes. So this is going to give us 2 more. 2, 3, 4. We've already got 4 successes. I don't think we should use these. I think we should just draw. Because these are so valuable to us. House 3 card. Let's say we just use 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we need 6 more successes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think I'm even going to use this glimmer. Can we really get this on our own? There's 2. Surely we're going to get a bunch of flags here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I would need to get 8 successes out of 8 cards. I'm going to draw 10. That'll be enough for sure. Okay. So we got a lot of flags here and a lot of stars. So almost seems like we don't need to count all these, but let's just do it. There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you got 10 successes on our draw. We need 2 more. This gave us 1. That's 11. And we just need 1 more. And I guess I'll just use this. Look at all those symbols we have. All right. So block this. Let's just discard this. Do this one, discard this. All right, that was very expensive, but it was the only way to get out of that crazy thing. And I didn't use our glimmers. Was that a good idea? I don't know. But boy, was that serious. You managed to drag yourself out of the quagmire. That really was a quagmire. 382. We are dangerously low on health. The ocean stretches southward as far as the eye can see, dotted with numerous inhospitable islands. This can only mean one thing: the Crowned Peaks range has been swallowed up. Well, the cool thing actually is, I was going to say we've sort of dead-ended here, but it's not quite true because there still is this card here that we haven't explored southward. But it is kind of nice when we've fully explored this area. All right, so this card comes out here. We are dangerously low on health, though. But we do have a Hope Reborn that we can use to get ourselves 10 more life, although I sure would like to use it to upgrade. But we need to continue. It's too late for us to go back and find the minstrel. So I'm going to spend 1 to go down here near these berries. We can keep this. Now, what can we do with these berries? So they're on our spot. Notice they do look different than the apples that were in a tree. All right, so from here, these actions give us some successes. That's good. And also, we can discard a card to take the top 3 cards of the action deck and put them back in any order. I guess we should do this. I'm going to throw away Considered. And I'm going to look at the top 3 cards so that we can make our next decision efficiently. Okay, so here they are. That's pretty good. I'm just going to leave these face up here. All right, so we've done that, but this is still available for us nearby. All right. And this might be a good time for us to, while we're not being forced to do anything, don't we have some food we can eat? Yes. Let's go ahead and eat this food since we are so dangerously involved. So I'm going to eat this food to give us 5. Oh, we just looked at the cards. All right, can't do that now. I don't want to mess up our cards. We'll do it after on our next shot. Okay, Jonathan, what do you want to do? Do you want to look in here or do you want to go in here? There's something weird going on here. What's happening here? It looks like we could get into the water there, like it's a boat ramp if we had a boat. And what's going on in here? Seems like we should do this first, doesn't it? The punishment for the weight, remember how rare it is that you'd have more than you'd have 10, but you're right, though. For solo, it would be, for multiple player, you wouldn't have more. You wouldn't have as much. All right, what do you think? Shall we look first before we walk? I guess we should look before we leap. All right, a 260. All right, so there's a bunch, there's two 260s. Let's explore, says Jonathan. All right, Jonathan, you don't want to go look at the ocean? You want to explore? All right, I'll put away the 260. All right, we're going to explore, Jonathan says. So we're going to lose our card here and get 389. Just remember who insisted we do this in case bad things happen. Okay, so 389, there is a mission-specific card, but you won't be surprised it's not ours. You reach the entrance of a cavern where you hear the sound of lapping water. There must be a spring nearby. You cross a tunnel in which a small pile of bones rests before reaching a larger room. The area is cool and seems perfect for a rest. Unfortunately, dozens of night spinners are growing there. So we can sneak. We need to get 2 successes and they won't react to us. Or we disturb them and lose 2 life points. Okay, that won't kill us. Now, you may not take the following action unless your score is 6 or higher and you have a card with music, which we do. So we can lull the night spinners into a melody. Okay, so our knowledge is 10, so we got enough knowledge. And we have music. We've got multiple music. We have some conches. We have a flute. I guess we'll play them the flute, though. Okay, and then the spiders got lulled to sleep. So we don't have to do any test. We just take a 397. And what is a 397? Have we seen one of these before? The night spinners, no longer an obstacle. You move deeper into the cavern. Guided by the sound of the water, you arrive in a new chamber where several shadow weeds illuminate the undulating water. There's something soothing about this room, perfect for refreshing yourself and taking a peaceful rest. Okay, so this was here. We get rid of this and we bring this out. Whoa, look how pretty that card is, Jonathan. Like lots of little lit candles. So we can rest here. It's a good place for healing. We can use our sleep wool in addition to get a better rest. I do like this sleep wool. To bring out a 152. All right, so we're going to rest here. Doesn't cost us anything. We take a 152. I wouldn't mind a Hope Reborn or a Glimmer. So 152 is confidence. And Sleep Wool gives us 152. So the Sleep Wool didn't help us. But now we're confident. And that's it. We've hit a dead end. Although this is a very cool cavern. Almost worth this whole trip just to see that cavern. With the bioluminescence. And it gives a star. It gives a star for anything we do here. So now it's time to do this, 260. Let's see what 260 is. Okay, so there were two 260 cards. I don't remember if we've ever seen a 260 card before, but let's see what it is. Discard all other 260s without looking at them. So we can just go on our way if we want. But we do have a sack of grain, which means it's a 2 and 3. After some time, you return to inspect your traps. One of them has killed a rodent the size of a large wurzel. So keep a card and take a 5, which is food. So this seems worth it to us if we can do it in less than 5 cards. And we know what the top of the deck looks like. We know the first 2 cards would give us 3 successes. So this is a no-brainer. We're going to take these 2 cards from the top of the deck. We can use them or more if we wanted to, but knowing what they are, we don't need to draw any more. And that's just a pure success. We get a 5 card. There is another 5 card. It's the last one. It's just some food, which I think what we should do now, we get to keep one of those 2 cards. How about we take the card that lets us run away from a fight? All right, and it gave us a food. Now I think we might consider eating one or both of these foods. So let's go ahead, since we only got a couple cards left and 10 health. Let's go ahead and eat food. Now, should we eat both of our foods? Or should we keep one for another mission? It sort of depends what our plans are. Because it seems like we might be reaching the end of this corner of the mountain. And Jonathan says we should read and explore the description of the knight's grave to make sure we don't think it's around one of these spaces. Yeah. So the question I have for you, though, is, well, I guess we don't need to eat twice in a row. I'll just take 5 cards. I'll eat once. And we'll put these back. And we'll keep one of them. Because if we're going to just head home, we might as well save the food for when we need it another day. All right. So this just stays out. We looked at 260. That's what gave us that food trap. So we've reached the end of here. We haven't gone down here, though. So there is a little bit more to explore. We're going to lose Abrasmith. But Jonathan said that he wanted to see about the... Let's remember this also. Every time we cure something, we should do something. All right, so the question was the knight card. Is there something we're missing? Okay, let's look at this, then we'll take a break. Okay, the Amber Knight, he has his victory over a dozen blue giants, which is huge. They're very dangerous. Managed to repel on Newlywed Island, crossing of the Great Sea in armor, saved a lady from shipwreck, bandits, and so on. This book could not contain all of them. Celebrated, etc. Okay. Leaving his handsome home, that well-named tower. So that was the Amber Ruin Tower that we're right near. So he left his handsome home. He was carried by 4 princes. Here lies the Amber Knight, at time's behest, his most faithful sword lying upon his breast, with such a cruel point, with such a perfect edge that never in life would break its pledge. He who seeks finds what is concealed under a stone slab, which could mean under the earth, under in the underground caverns, for all we know, where his portrait is revealed, where climbs the artichoke stair high above all. I think this might be the underground cavern areas under those big round sewer grates. I think that's what it might mean by the stone slab, although it's not really a slab. Where his portrait is revealed, where climbs the artichoke stair high above all, and a well. I mean, I don't think we've seen it, Jonathan. We haven't seen a well. We haven't seen an artichoke stair. We haven't seen anything climbing into the sky. So yeah, I think we've found his home, but not where his grave is. Okay, we need to take a break. When we come back, we'll make that same decision we made before. Do we want to explore south? Which I think probably we're in for a penny, in for a pound. We might as well, because maybe maybe we've reached a dead end, and then we'll decide what to do. But I'll see you in 8 minutes. 5 hours in, we are 8 minutes. You know, it's kind of odd. It's kind of odd also that we haven't encountered any unveilers this game. Maybe they're not in this far region of the island or the world. All right, so I think we're agreed that while we're down here, we might as well explore this southern tip here, because I think we might discover that we're basically at the edge of the island, or whatever this is. And that would be useful to know for future. We are almost out of health, but I think we're okay. So let's walk over here for one. We can keep this card if we want. We have nothing to really heal, so we can run away. We can draw more cards. Yeah, okay. All right, so there's an 8 card here. Let's see what it is. Whoa. In places, the vegetation is so lush that you regularly have to retrace your steps to find a more passable route. Immediately after this is revealed, one random injured or ill character loses 2 life points. All right, well, we're not injured or ill. So we have to navigate our way out of this to discard it. And we'll get a glimmer, which would make 4 glimmers, which would be nice if we could get up to 5. This is some weird vegetation. It's kind of creepy. We need to get 6 successes, though. Who's good at navigating? Not this dog. Not this woman. No one. We don't have anyone who's good at navigating, unfortunately. And if we don't succeed, we're going to get exhausted, which we don't want. Wow, 6 successes on 4 cards. Well, we're likely to get 6 successes just by drawing 4 cards. And we have the ability to... We have the ability to generate 1. Sure, we will get another 2, 3, 4. The problem is that it's a lot of our life. 3, 4... I guess 5 cards. We use up 1. We can't afford to, but we can only use 4 cards. I think 5 cards should do it. Let's hope I don't make a mistake one of these times. Okay, so with 4 cards, we can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 6. We have 2 flags, so we could use this for our... We might as well. Okay, so that's our 6 successes. We get a glimmer 49, which we want. We've now got 4 glimmers, 1 more glimmer, and we'll get another Hope Reborn, which we could use as 10 life. Yeah. Okay, let's get rid of this card. Okay, 381. Let's see if this is indeed the edge of the world. All right, there's only a gold 381. These strange rod trees spread large quantities of pollen, which every gust of wind carries away. Whoa. You sputter with a violent coughing fit and scratch furiously. Stinging pollen, better turn back. So we need to get out of here. If we fail, we get unleashed, I think. But we've hit our dead end. Yeah, we've hit our dead end. So we've reached our dead end in this southwest area of the map. And we need 2 successes while we walk away. Well, that's easy enough. But that's it. We've reached the end of this corner of the map. Now, having mapped out this southwesternest, southernly western, whatever the adjective is, has some value in and of itself, right? Because now we know what's down here. If something tells us about some area, we won't have to wonder. Now, this is a weird card. I think you can still look on this card if you wanted. Yes, we could. Oh, we haven't done this look. I think you're right. 370. All right, this could be dangerous for us, but yes, we should look. So there's 2 370s. That's dangerous. That already sounds bad. There's a weird thing here. What is this thing before we look? What's this weird thing here in this little free stub? Guess maybe is that what we're looking at? Okay, 370. Surely it's going to tell us to throw out the others. A few bones emerge from the earthy soil. Oh, this is not what we wanted. But we could throw away a provision. Okay, it didn't say to throw away the other 370s. That's interesting. So we do have provisions. This would normally be worth 5 cards. It's surely... Yeah, the reward is a 99. Well, we have a dog that beats ambush. Probably we should fight this for that 99. He doesn't look that hard to beat, to be honest. Raising your head, you notice a Vorlus leering at the skeleton with the same interest as you. All right, so shall we defeat this guy? Do you have the energy for it? I have the energy for it. Okay, I'm just going to defeat this guy. All right, so our dog defeats ambush. So that means we're allowed to prepare and suit up. We've got 5 damage to do on the first strike. If we don't do 5 damage, it's not a big deal. 2 wounds, I mean, that kind of is a big deal for us, but it's not the end of the world. But 5, that's a lot of damage to do. But let's see what we've got. So unfortunately, we're not unleashed, so we don't have our strength, but we could use this for 3. 4, I have to draw 3 cards. Could almost do this without that, but maybe who's our fighter? I guess we might as well take this guy. Do we need to save the bomb for the last step because it's a 0? Well, the last step you can draw as many cards as you want. It's not a chain lock. And it's not like if you fail, you just take another whack at it. So it's really not the end of the world for us. Although it would be ironic if we lost our health just to do it. But it's not chain lock. So we don't, this guy's pretty easy actually, no matter how you look at it. Dog's gonna give us 1 slingshot, projectile, companion animal. Might as well take 1 weapon. I wish we had a weapon that was powered by flags, but maybe that's hoping too much. Let's use the hoe as our weapon. Okay, so 1 success, 2 success. This is at least 3 success. And 3. Okay, but the real problem is we need to refresh, which is basically getting us down to almost no life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'll leave 1 out. Okay, so 6 life brings us to 4. 4 life. We may have to use one of those Hope Reborns. We may have to use our Hope Reborn for more life. Should we do that now? I guess we don't have to do it this step, but we're going to have to do it soon. Okay. All right, so if I draw 3 cards here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I don't want to fuck up too much. And it'd be nice not to have to use some of these. Okay, 4 cards. 3 cards. 1. Okay, 4 cards. Here we go. We can use 3 of these. So there's, okay, well, 3 of them doesn't help us. So we've got 3 success on our own, 4, and then we can use our 1 flag. We only got 1 flag to generate the dog success. That's 5. So that's our 5 success. So we get to move this down to the next row, which becomes a 4. We get to keep one of these cards, which probably should be this one, improvise. We actually could keep 2 cards if we wanted, but I think a shield effect. No, I think that's 2 cards. We can only use 2 cards to get 4. Just wonder if that's matter back. I'm gonna keep I'm gonna get rid of the run from a fight and keep that one. Okay, we can keep 2 cards because of our special ability. All right, now the hoe, every time we use it, we have to roll a die to see if we lose it. Do I really not have a spare card? Okay, so here's where we see if we lose the hoe. Okay, it's a 5, so we don't lose it. That's good. We can use it again on this guy. I guess we should do the same thing again. Though we don't need the dog's ambush, but we could use his flag ability. We need 4 successes. Here's 1, 2. I just need to draw 2 more on 2 cards. But if I need to, I can use a 3rd card and a 4th card. So probably what we should do is draw 4 cards. Then maybe I won't have to use this. 1, 2, 3. Okay, here's our 4 cards. This should be easy for us. Can only use 2 cards. Okay, so we've only got 2 successes of our own. However, we have 3 flags. So 2 success, 3 success, 4 success, 5 success. Okay. So we succeeded. I should have been smart and you put on our armor. Why didn't I do that? Let's just say I did that. Surely, yeah, we're wearing that armor that we worked so hard for. So, because there's no reason we wouldn't be wearing this armor at every battle, because we can use every card. So I'm just going to backdate that and say that I was wearing my armor. Hopefully that's okay with you, Jonathan. There's no reason we would ever not wear this armor. Okay, so that's a success. That blocks our thing, and then this goes down to the 3. However, we got to see if our hoe breaks again. I guess we're going to do this. Okay, that's another 5, so it didn't break. That hoe is turning out to be quite valuable. All right, everyone's going to stay in the fight here. We've only got 4 health. We're going to keep wearing our chainmail, but we only need 3 successes. I don't think we should even use the acid bomb because we've got 1 success here, 2 success here. We just need 1 more success on a card we draw. If I draw 3 cards, surely we'll succeed. Even if we don't, we can draw more cards. 1 success. 2 success. 3 cards. Okay, here we go. All right, so with our 3 success, we've got 3 cards. We've got 2 success plus enough, plus this 3, plus enough to get the dog and everyone to bite this thing. So we tore this guy to pieces. We tore this guy to pieces. We get another Hope Reborn. Now, what we should have discussed, however, okay, before we take that Hope Reborn, what we need to discuss now is whether we want to use both of these Hope Reborns for health. Because if we do, then we should drink this first for 10 health, and then we get the second one. And we could use it for health if we need it. If we take this without eating this, then we're going to have to use one of them for building or destiny. So what should we do? Could we just run home now? We could run home. Yeah, if we're not going to try to find the minstrels, we could just run home and keep them both. That is a very good point. Are you ready to run home and not deal with the minstrels? Because yes, we can get home on 4 health. The only time we have to eat this now is if we want 20 health and to have a whole nother... Okay, we're abandoning the minstrel. So we're going to keep both of our Hope Reborns for upgrades. We're done with this guy. However... Okay, he's banished. Now, here's what I want to point out. There is another 370 card. There is another 370 card. Don't you think we should explore it? While we're here, we're not going to want to come back and deal with both of them again. I think we got to do it. If things go very wrong, we're going to end up wasting both of those Hope Reborns, though. What do you think, Jonathan? Is it going to be another bad 370? I think we have enough to battle this, but it is going to be tight. But I think we got to do it. Did I use the hoe again? Was that 3 battles for that thing? Where is that thing we just fought? Oh, he banished. 3 battles? Yeah, I gotta check for the hoe to break again. 3. Okay, it still didn't break. Seems like it wouldn't be as bad. Usually there's one bad and one not so bad, so I think we should try it. I just hope that we don't get our asses kicked here. All right, we're 370ing again. A few bones emerge from the earthy soil. Oh, it's Jonathan's favorite, digging. You'd rather go on your way, just discard it. Otherwise, you dig. All right, well, surely we're digging. We just need to drag 3 cards. So we don't need anything to help us with successes, but we could use something, anything that helps us draw less cards. I don't think we have anything to draw less cards. So 3 cards, huh? Okay. All right, here's our 3 cards, which just get thrown away. Dog can go back. Good work, dog. All right, so there's our 3 cards. Now we take a 13. And if we get unlucky here, it's going to be unfortunate for us because we're going to have to spend health or glimmers, which we work so hard for. I don't know if this is worth it, Jonathan. To lose glimmers and health? I don't know if this is worth it. It's too late, though. We're jinxed. So, why did we do this? Why didn't we just throw this away? Because we want something amazing? All right, we're going to lose 2 health. Down to 2. We're down to 2 health, Jonathan. Jinxed again. I mean, we have plenty of glimmers. I was just hoping we would be able to get 5 glimmers, but I guess we're going to spend a glimmer to turn over another card. Wow, jinxed again. There's a second glimmer. Lady Luck is on our side. Boy, that was an expensive dig operation, Jonathan. Just so you could do your digging. We lost 3 glimmers. 2 glimmers? Did we lose 2 or 3? No, we paid health for 2. Okay, we lost 2 glimmers. All right, let's see what our prize is. A 249, some bullshit. Some thread or something. Orator's Potion. All right, I'm not going to lie. Orator's Potion's pretty good. Emergency flags when we need them. It's nice to have those potions. Okay, so we're done with this. 370. And then we discard this into the past. All right, we've got 2 health left. And it's time to walk home. Now, normally that would be very expensive. We do have this card that would cost us 10 life to walk home. That's still very expensive. We don't have 10 life. We could, of course, eat our Hope Reborns. However, we've been walking around with this whole time. We don't exceed our maximum weight. We don't have a card with Cumbersome, so we can draw 2 cards to go to any terrain card connected to yours by an uninterrupted series of terrain cards. So you can see that actually we can get all the way home with this on the double card, which we rarely make use of, but now we can. And notice also this is a run card, not a walk card, so this doesn't affect us. So we're going to spend on the double. We draw 2 cards. Doesn't matter what they are. We discard that, and we go all the way home to the Citadel. And here we are at our Citadel with 2 life. And when we get home, they're going to be like, hey, did you find the minstrels? And we're going to be like, well, about those minstrels. Prepare for some very depressing news because we didn't even look for the minstrels. However, we did come back with some Hope Reborns. Let's put away our chainmail. Okay, let's read the epilogue and see how bad it is that we didn't find the minstrels. Now we're sure we don't want to find the minstrels, right? Because we could generate 10 health and go looking for them. We went on a sort of failed archaeological pilgrimage. Yes, we did. We did find the home of the Amber Knight and got his famous chainmail. That was pretty cool. And we did discover this very cool mural about this big-eyed monster, and we found a location that we should bring our mage to. And we learned about some very scary red moss. All right. You ready to head home, Jonathan? I wish someone could tell us what the consequence of the minstrels are going to be. I don't know how I feel about missing the minstrel story. I mean, I'll live with it. I'll surely live with it. Let's read what it said again. Says the outcome of this scenario has no impact on the threat. Outcome has no impact on the threat. I'm not sure what that means. It really doesn't matter. Catch up to the company, which should be halfway between Waterbank and Kel. If you can reach them, convince them to put on a more uplifting play, or find a way to keep them from performing at the Citadel. I'm sure it would have been a fun story, but if I knew exactly where they were, I'd be inclined to go meet them. But I'm not. Spending another hour just battling creatures and we don't know where they are is not so inviting. Although I could imagine going to the, like, isn't it, do you think it's likely that they're at that inn? That inn is sort of on the path, the Spriggy Inn. Is that inn? Like this inn here is sort of on the path between Waterford and Kell. So I wonder if they're hanging out there. That's only a few steps away. You think they're north of the bridge, huh? They're not even past the bridge? That's a lot of work to build that bridge. All right, let's go home. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. We spent 5.5 hours. We spent 6 hours almost. I guess that's enough. All right, so we're going to read the epilogue here. Read the conclusion on page 28. Here we go. On the way back, you once again feel powerful tremors that crack the ground in many places. Several times you're thrown off balance and fall violently to the ground. The scars from the earthquake delay your return to the Citadel, and you're constantly worried about the damage that the drums of desolation have probably caused. After several days of walking, you finally have the building in sight, which luckily is still standing. You wonder if Ambrose's contraption managed to locate the origin. You're about to find out. On the buildings page of the Citadel leaflet, you must circle 6 building boxes, starting with boxes on a built building that has at least 1 box circled. Each box you circle on a fortified building counts as 2. The boxes you circle must belong to the same building. Circle the last box, and you still have boxes continue on another built building. So 6 points worth of destruction. Then if there are fewer than 7, then the morale goes down. So it sounds like it was quite literally true that this had no effect. So it's just pure story. I guess it's just a pure storyline to encounter these people. It's weird that they didn't tell us that they performed and did bad stuff. All right, so we have to do this. 6 building boxes starting on a built building that has at least one, a built building that is at least 1 box circled. So it's just saying you got to keep destroying a single building until it's destroyed. All right, let's decide what we want to do. We can't destroy the astrologer hut or the or the other one, it's now seeming like fortifying is a bad idea. Like fortifying buildings you want to keep is counterproductive. You would be better off fortifying buildings you don't want to keep. So now we got to do 6, huh? So we could do 2 with the grain silo. We could do 2 with the smithy. That's 4. Maybe we're done with the guild. We could kill that off for 6. Or we're done with the academy. We could kill that off. Maybe we still want the guild. Certainly we could kill the smithy. We just built the market, so we want to kill that. We could kill the pen for the animals and just keep our animal that we have, the fighting dog. That's not a crazy idea. Like, that animal's pretty good, although he could bite us and run away. It's nice to be able to get one back. I don't know that we need more side quests, but they're kind of fun. All right, let's do this. Let's kill off the smithy. We don't care about that. That's 2. So 4 more to kill. Four more to kill. We could kill off this grain silo for 2 more. Then we'd still have 2 more to go, though. Or we could start killing the library. Or we could kill the pen and be done with that. Or we could kill off the academy. I mean, how many more times are we going to use that academy? What do you think, Jonathan? 4 more to go. You want to kill the tavern and say we've done enough? We got enough side quests? Maybe we do have enough side quests. It's 4 more points. So, because we killed the smithy, we killed 2 points worth. Now we need 4 more points worth. So we'd have to kill the cavern completely. Or we could kill the bookstore halfway and it would survive until the next earthquake. So we could kind of cheat our way out of it by giving the library a couple more times to exist until the next earthquake. It's not a crazy idea. Because until it's fully killed, it still works. Okay, so we're going to weaken the library. So we've done 4 points of damage on the library, but it's still standing until the next time. I think that makes some sense to me. All right, so we've done the 6 points of damage. We have 7 buildings at least, so they don't lose their morale. And that's it. And then the next step is an interlude, which looks like it's about at the halfway point. Okay, well, that was pretty intense in terms of mapping. I think we should turn in the string and complete the side quest, even if we might be bending the rules a little to get a few more Hope Reborn this section. Okay, let's turn in this string. Spool of thread. All right, so we're returning the spool of thread, and the rule for that is we go to our side quest, we turn in our second banner. We've returned 2 of them. So 65. So the rule is when you've returned 2, you get +1 influence and 2 99s. Oh, that's pretty nice. That's why Jonathan wanted to do it. Okay, 2 99s and +1 influence. And it finishes. Okay, so we've initiated and finished the banner. That's done. We get 1 influence, which brings us to 11. And now we have, from this mission, we really didn't get that many, but actually with that mission finished, we've got 4 Hope Reborns. So with 4 Hope Reborns, we're surely going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, right, Jonathan? Should we do these now so we get the feather? That's a good idea. Okay. So you want to do this now, Jonathan, or you want to wait? I'm happy to do this now. Let's do it now, says Jonathan. Okay. So our first step here is a reflex, which we can put on anything we want. We could use it as a build action. We can use it as a community action. We can use it as a feather. We could use it as an academy skill upgrade. What are you thinking? I'm not sure there are more buildings we want to build other than to protect them from other than to protect something from being destroyed. It's not a crazy idea to do place of worship and then get 2 glimmers. Well, we only have 2, is that right? We almost had 5. It's not crazy to build the place of worship and then kill it off when we need to. Okay, place of worship. And then we'll either kill it off or benefit from it a little bit. Okay, so that was our first one. And now we're doing a community upgrade. So looking at our community skills, there's some benefit to doing defense. Like obviously there's benefit in production because we can use it to fortify stuff. But if we can get defense up to 10, then there's a whole bunch of little quests we can do, right? Like the cemetery. Maybe we split it. Maybe we do 2 defense and 2 production. Or we could we could do defense all the way up to 10. But then we won't be able to be fortifying much. Although we could still do 1 more fortify. What do you think? Defense all the way up to 10? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a little scary. But I do like that this... I forget whether the bridge wants 10 defense too, but having everything up to 10 feels like that might be better than having production up a little bit. All right. So that was our that. Now we're going to do a feather card. Okay, so our feather card. Our feather card is... has to be adjacent to this 66. So there is a feather we've never seen, Jonathan, and that's 55. But if we do 55, then we don't get our bonus from the astrology hut. So if we did 55, we don't get any bonus. We just build 55, which we've never seen before, which is kind of cool. If instead we chose 66, which is the only other option we have, because it has to be adjacent to this one here. If instead we do 66, then the astrologer hut lets us take another destiny item. So in other words, if we click, the way the astrology hut works is if we choose this feather, then we could choose another destiny item for free. Which I suppose could be the other feather. I forget how the rules work about when feathers trigger. Whether you can only... what was the rule about you can only do one? I think you could do 55 and 66. You just can't do... yeah, they just don't get turned over till next time. Though I don't know why it benefits us to have 66 unveiled, to be honest. We've already discovered it. I don't get the value of these feathers. All right, let's do 55 because we've never seen it before. Maybe there's something cool there. By the way, there's the strange slab. Those things are called slabs. All right, let's do the astrologer hut thing. The astrologer hut says that we're going to choose with this one to do 66. And then that lets us cross up another one, which I'm going to do over here. And that's going to be 55. And that ends. All right, let's do that. Okay, so we've got 66 and 55. And the way those work is they don't get revealed yet. They just get slotted in to reveal on the start of our next round. 55 and 66 is fine. So let's see. We spent 1, 2. How many Hope Reborns did we just spend, Jonathan? 2 or 3? Just 2? We did a reflex and a community. Did we do a reflex this time or just a community? I think we did a community and we just did a feather, but did we do a reflex before? We did. We used this for a reflex. What did we do with it? What did we do with this one? I know we did a community. I know we just did a feather. The Glimmer Grove. We built a building. We built a building. Okay. So we have one more left, which is going to be to get our last number. Well, our next number. 317. Okay. Let's take a look at 317 and see what it is. All right, this is exciting. 317. Tenacious. You do not like to set limits for yourself. All max x becomes max x plus 1. That's going to be hard to remember, but that almost feels like it's game-breakingly powerful. Does that mean... Does that affect the chains or does it not? If it affects the chains, it's incredibly powerful. If it doesn't affect the chains, it's worthless. Does that affect the chains? Like all of the chains that say you can't use more than X cards. No, okay. All right, it's not, it isn't chains. It's in the glossary. The max, it just refers to when it tells you how many times you can apply an effect. So, for example, all of our people, like here, max 3 times. All right, so it's not that useful. It's not nothing, but it's certainly not my favorite. But all the better reason to discover that now, right? We went on an exploratory mission today. Okay, so this is tenacious max plus 1. All right, well, we had a long session today. We're 3 upgrades. We do feel like we're a little overpowered. You know, there's a little bit of bending the rules here to make it more exploratory, but we weren't so powerful that we visited the minstrels. Okay, 6 hours, 20 minutes. Jonathan, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. We tried to lose the game. They just didn't let us this season. All right. Let me know. I'd like to hear in the chat how painful it is to watch us bend the rules. Some people really bothered by that, but they probably aren't watching our scenario. All right, let's end this here. I think maybe Tuesday night, that's what it is, right? It is Tuesday early morning. It's 4 a.m. here in Champaign, Illinois. I think maybe tomorrow night, I might open up Flashpoint Legacy of Flame and do an unboxing live and just look at it. I'm curious to see what it's like. Let me know in the comments if you played. Hey, I'll tell you what, I'm sure Jonathan would like to know as well as me, what was it like to meet the minstrels? So if you've played the scenario and you met the minstrels, was it fun? What was it like? Did you meet any fun characters? Did you get a new companion? We got a new companion for a very short period of time, and he wasn't very thankful. I'm sure the minstrels were more grateful. Jonathan, a pleasure as always. I'll see you all next time.